We tryna get you old now, viral online.
Truthful lies, say it loud, say it clear. Left the streets when you need you here. Quarters of vision, fit your focus, kids. Break generational suffering. Truthful lies, say it loud, say it clear. Left the streets when you need you here. Quarters of vision, future focus, kings. Break generational suffering.
We don't profit off death. We don't clap for destruction. We here to build men,
Not bury boys.
not bury boys.
Truth over lies.
Another young life lost to street violence. This ain't entertainment. This is an invention. If the truth hurt your feelings, it probably needed to be said.
Yeah, truth over lies. We don't glorify pain. Left the streets, tryna break them chains. Quarter zip mindset, grown man talk. Lead the YNs before they chalk line walk. Truth over lies, this real, no cap. No crash outs, no throwaway stats. OG's back, put order in place. Say to you, left the streets, left the case, yeah. I seen talent die for Instagram stare. YNs chasing clout, no plan, no prayer. Street code outdated, nobody wins. Same block, same cycle, same pen. They selling dreams, but it's really a trap. Labels love bodies, they don't love blacks. We need leaders, not shooters with aim. Need fathers in homes, not candles and names. Quarter zip weather, mine on legacy. Talk money, discipline, equity. I ain't judging, I'm correcting course. Truth hit hard, but it's safe. Truth over lies, we don't glorify pain. Left the streets, tryna break them chains. Quarter zip mindset, grown man talk. Lead the YNs before they chalk line walk. Over lies, we don't glorify pain. Left the streets, tryna break them chains. Quarter zip mindset, grown man talk. Lead the YNs before they chalk line walk. OG talk, pull a chair, sit down. Ain't no honor in a jailhouse gown. They told you drill was the way to shine. But the real killer's time and fine. They cheering when you crash out young. Then forget your name when the sentence come. We ain't anti-culture, we anti-death. Anti-mama crying, anti-breath, last left. You wanna be a man, build something real. Stocks, trade, skill set, something you can feel. Left the streets ain't hate, it's level spine. We tryna get you old, not viral online. Truth over lies, say it loud, say it clear. Left the streets, we need you here. Quarter zip vision, future focused kings. Break generational suffering. Truth over lies, say it loud, say it clear. Left the streets, we need you here. Quarter zip vision, future focused kings. Break generational suffering.
We don't profit off death. We don't clap for destruction. We here to build men, not bury boys.
Truth over lies.
Another young life lost to street violence. Yeah, this ain't entertainment, this is intervention. If the truth hurts your feelings, it probably need to be said.
Truth over lies, we don't glorify pain. At the streets trying to break them chains. Quarters in mindset, grown men talk. Lead the YNs before they chalk line walk.
Truth over lies, we don't glorify pain. At the streets trying to break them chains. Quarters in mindset, grown man talk. Lead the YNs before they chalk line walk.
Truth over lies, this real, no cap, no cap, no crash outs, no throwaway stats, waste that. OG's back, put order in place. Say to you, left the streets, left the cave.
Yeah, I seen talent die for an Instagram stare. Wine chasing clout, no plan, no prayer. Street code outdated, nobody wins. Same block, same cycle, same pens. They selling dreams, but it's really a trap. Labels love bodies, they don't love blacks. We need leaders, not shooters with aim. Need fathers and homes, not candles and names. Quarter zip weather, mind on legacy. Talk money, discipline, equity. I ain't judging, I'm correcting course. Truth hit hard, but it save you more.
Truth over lies, we don't glorify pain. If the streets trying to break them chains. Quarters at mindset, grown man talk. Lead the YNs before they chalk line walk.
Yeah, OG talk, pull a chair, sit down. Ain't no honor in a jailhouse gown. They told you drill was the way to shine, but the real killers is time and fines. They cheering when you crash out young, and forget your name when the sentence come. We ain't anti-culture, we anti-death. Anti-mama crying, anti-breath, last left. You wanna be a man, build something real. Stocks, trade, skill set, something you can feel. If the streets saying hate, it's love with the spine. We tryna get you old now, viral online.
Truth over lies, say it loud, say it clear. If the streets when you need you here. Quarters of vision, fit your focus, kids. Break generational suffering. Truth over lies, say it loud, say it clear. If the streets we need you here. Quarters zip vision, future focus kings. Break generational suffering.
We don't profit off death. We don't clap for destruction. We here to build men,
Not bury boys.
not bury boys.
Truth over lies.
Welcome. Truth Over Lies Tuesday, brought to you by Cart Before the Horse Productions. How you feeling tonight, Mr. Walker?
Yes, sir. I am feeling freaking-tastic per usual. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, El Nug Nugs and Le Bonquishas. Welcome to Cart Before the Horse, Truth Over Lies, in affiliation with the Bougie Negro Podcast, and also, as all you Negroes know, in association with Ain't No Fun Once the Rabbits Got the Gun Entertainment. What's going on with you this fine Truth Over Lies Tuesday?
In the big name of Jesus, you hear me?
Welcome in Truth Over Lies, Cart Before the Horse family. Hit the like button and make sure you are subscribed to the channel.
We back like cook crack, my baby. Whether or not you can follow simple instruction, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Come one, come all, this fine December 30th, 2025. Gavin X and I are still alive and feeling fine. Report to you, Jive Chickens, with truth over lies.
That part. Yeah! Boom, so we in the building. All right, on this last Tuesday of 2025, last Truth Over Lies episode, and the 20th. This is episode number 20 as we end the year.
There we go, huh? Ending the year out right, huh? Milestones have been met, check. New channels have been established, thanks to y'all, check, huh? Kept Coons off our back, check.
All that. So we ending the year with a bang. It's definitely been a glorious time for me and Mr. Walker. We're going to enter 2026, hitting the ground running. You know, we got some exciting news we're going to be bringing to you guys. Where we at today. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve. We plan on being up here tomorrow night. All right. Don't hold us to it, but we planning. We about 80% sure right now.
There we go, huh? You gotta keep your ears and eyes to the Cart Before the Horse Family YouTube streaks to find out what's going on. Subscribe to all channels and be aware.
Straight like that, straight like that, straight like that, straight.
So that's what it is. But tonight, y'all know it's Truth Over Lies. So we're gonna cook up. Y'all see the title, the thumbnail. All right. We built America. Now they want us gone. Give us free.
Give us free. Give us free. I agree. We did build America, did we not? It's documented. We built everything here. You know, shout out to Mr. X. But what we gonna do about it? It's true. Let's say it is true. Now, what are we going to do about it? I say it's time to reclaim our land, reclaim our property. Huh? Dare I say, through hard work and consistency. Mr. Walker, you sound like a conservative.
There we go. Shout out to Frederick Howard, gifted a membership.
Always coming through, always first, brother. We appreciate you.
Appreciate that.
Money, 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 money.
And shout out to the Hustler's Philosopher with the 10 ball. Says salute from the USA fraud capital. Shout out to this brother. Like I said, I see the Somalian story going viral. We still have yet to touch on it. I got to gather all the facts first. But you was one of the first guys. I'll give it to you. All right. A couple months ago, you hit on it. We had no clue what you was talking about. But now everybody knows.
Yeah. So you used the shout out to Hustle's Philosopher, the first whistleblower. He had it. Huh? We give you credit, brother. You called it out. Huh? Now what you gonna do about it?
So when we do the show, maybe next week, hopefully you pull up with the facts.
There you go. Need you, brother.
And Squeegee. I know Squeegee Kid up in Minnesota. It's rough up there, huh?
God dang, Minnesota. What's going on? Ground zero, huh? We're gonna keep an eye on old Minnesota.
That's wonky. They said we're gonna go all the way up here and up north where it's cold, tucked away. Ain't nobody gonna know. And they got away with it for a long time. Millions of dollars. Billions. I don't know about billions, but millions.
See, I gotta know what's going on. I heard it's a lot of money. They throwing the B word around. I thought last time I heard lots of millions, hundreds of millions. What's going on? How all this money?
I saw a little bit of it. They be having like daycares, like they giving government money, grants and whatnot. So they got like daycares open, but the daycare is a brick and mortar, but the business ain't running. There's no kids there. So they like, oh, we got 100-some kids here, and you know the government that gave them $5 million to open this daycare up, but there is no real daycare, and they say they sending the money back home. I don't know.
Yes, they're right. They was abuse. What is that, y'all? I said we're gonna talk about it, but they said they trying to. The United States likes to buy people's cooperation, or just buy people. They won't give us no money because we already here. They're like, why are we gonna give y'all reparations and bread? Y'all already here.
So I've been seeing a little bit. Like I said, we don't know much. So once we gather more facts, we'll talk about it. But
Ebony D better not have been our reparations. That's crazy as heck.
Ebony says $9 billion and counting. Are you talking about reparations or with this? I see all y'all saying $9 billion. That's what.
Yeah, I was gonna say they too at the Billy's. Wow.
I don't know. They got to provide some. You see what I'm saying? Two things. I think they reporting that, but ain't no way.
$9 billion. $9 billion. That's a whole. That's what is that? That's a lot of damn money, man. Ain't no way.
And Hustler's Philosopher, 9 billion. And I hope to be on the show to share what I know.
You most welcome. Yeah, just be here. You definitely gonna be at 9 Billy. What's going on? Was that if that since Ebony Dean, this is my concern. US is crooked. Perhaps made it like, hey, the Somalians messed it up. That was your reparations. That money gone. Go see. I don't know. I'm not saying it's fair. I ain't saying it's cool, but the US ain't above that kind of behavior, is what I'm saying.
I see Project Leroy said it's across multiple states. Now that's believable. If there's a lot of fraud, but I thought y'all meant like the Somalians in Minnesota took 9 billion. That's hard to believe. But, for there to be fraud for, illegal aliens and whatnot, absolutely.
It's amazing. It's amazing what foreigners get away with. No hate or anything like that, just acknowledging it. It was a little Asian around these parts of the woods scamming folks for millions.
Okay. He says 9 billion. And now Minnesota and Ohio been scammed.
What is
this? It's more than that. More states than that. They ain't saying it.
What is the scam outside of nonprofit grants and stuff? Like you said, daycares, all that came from government funding.
So that's the scam.
Gotcha.
Taking government funds and not using them appropriately.
What's the penalty?
Hell, Trump about to throw them out of here.
So it's a possibility. I see why y'all mad. I get it. So it's a possibility they then came over here, stole billions. What is this? Austin Powers, billions of dollars, and sent it home. I truly believe they sent it home. Why wouldn't they? And now Trump gonna send them home with their money? Okay, sure. All right.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, we don't know enough. We're gonna talk about it next week because it seemed like a hot story, or maybe later this week. Stay on the lookout.
That's crazy.
And shout out to Frederick Howard. Says, I bet you guys and Speed on my challenge 80 gift memberships. That part.
I beat you guys.
I shall Speed. Okay.
Oh, appreciate you, Frederick. All right, listen here. Frederick Howard always coming through every show, gifting the membership always first. There you go. Appreciate you, brother Frederick.
No, he said he beat us and I show Speed. We did a little 35 days. Frederick said he did 80 days.
There you go. We appreciate you, brother Fred. 80 days of gifted memberships. If you don't believe them, go check back and check all previous 80 shows and see if he lying.
Man, shout out to Frederick Howard.
This Bentley that I park in the church is not just for me. It's for the church. It's for us.
Can we drive it?
No, I wouldn't want that in Jesus' name.
Amen, Pastor. Amen.
This Bentley that I park in the church is not just for me. It's for the church. It's for us.
It's for us. Why you do it like that? It's for us. Shout out to the diamond necklace preachers.
So here we go. Nonetheless, we're going to get into it. All right. Make sure y'all hitting the like button. Make sure you are subscribed. We about to talk about Give Us Free. Okay. That's the theme. We got a lot to talk about. A couple stories we're going to get into. We're going to try to drop the link later for you guys to come up, give y'all thoughts.
There you go. Interested to see what's going on. Shout out to the political temperature going on right now, huh? Seems like a little bit of the hatred and division kind of died down, right? As far as amongst Americans. Now it seems like we trying to put all our vitriol and malice towards the foreigners. Huh? Progress, maybe?
Well, not so fast. I think we are still against one another. So we're going to start here. We're going to have a conversation. Shout out to this brother, Jason Whitlock. All right. He going to be over here talking about Keyshawn Johnson. All right. It's a long story. Here we go.
Okay.
Of Keyshawn Johnson being mistaken for an Uber Eats driver and being very upset about it. Let's play the clip.
So I just went to pick up food from a restaurant down the street from my crib. And I live in an affluent neighborhood. You know, it's many different ethnicities and all of those sort of things. And people make money and, you know, they live a certain lifestyle. But because I ordered food to go tonight, because I was watching the games, basketball, football, you know, Pittsburgh game Monday night, I just want to know real quick, is it me? Am I too sensitive? So when I walk in the restaurant to pick up my food, I had somebody who's a Caucasian, I'm African-American, whatnot, ask me if I was like a Uber Eats or DoorDash or something, picking up the food for delivery or whatever. She says, "Oh, are you here with Uber Eats?" And this isn't somebody who works there. This is somebody else who just, at the time, I think was trying to make a reservation or something. And she asked me if I was Uber Eats or something along those lines. I was like, "No, hell." I didn't say it that way, but I was like, "No, I'm not." And then I proceed to move forward and say, everybody that's a minority isn't Uber Eats or picking up food or to go or in delivering service or nothing like that.
All right. So Keyshawn, y'all know Big Keyshawn, football playing, #1 overall pick back in his day. All right, made a lot of money. And he walk in here. Why you going to pick your own food up? I don't know, but he go pick his food up, and the lady just standing there. Look, he said she don't even work there. Oh, white lady, are you Uber Eats? I mean, he look now. Keyshawn, big brother, he about 6'4".
Yeah, I was about to say.
Yeah, his brother about 6'4", 230. He's standing there like, you don't know who I am? All right, no, we don't.
Absolutely not. One of the great wide receivers of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. He was playing when I used to pay attention to football. Shout out to that Tampa Bay team, man. That was my squad right there. He a big brother. And
his question is, he said, is he being too sensitive?
Yes, I got to say yes. And who am I to say so? Well, I ain't nobody's NFL caliber celebrity, but dang near one out of 3 times I'm in Home Depot and I'm walking in there minding my daggone business. Some white lady or white man gonna turn around and say, "Excuse me, do you work here?" Heck, no, I don't work here. I'll be dressed just like this too. I will say when we was having the contracting, it happened every day. Because I sometimes have an orange shirt, don't matter. But he been too sensitive, brother. Everybody don't know who you are. They don't know you're an NFL great. And like, so I understand he tower over most people. I think he told us he's a big old brother. And so I get it, but you are being too sensitive. She said, "Are you DoorDash, Uber Eats?" Simply no, smile, walk away. The fact that you turned around and had to address her mistake, it shows sensitivity.
Yeah. So he walk in there. That has happened to me before, not from a customer. Happened from like the staff. So I've been to pick up food maybe once or twice that I can remember. And they ask, like, "Are you Uber Eats or some door?" And I look like, "Nah." So at first you kind of taken back, like, and then I was like, "Nah, I'm at an online order." You know what I mean? Whatever. But like you say, it is what it is.
Yeah, don't take offense. Like, if my theory is, if we take offense to something, it's something that we need to deal with. Are you not feeling as important as you think you should be feeling? You know?
So then she tried to back her way out of it by saying, "Oh no, I didn't mean that way." So why the f would you ask me if I was Uber Eats or something like that? Why would you even ask me some shit like that? And she goes, "Tell me," but I didn't say that to her. I was thinking in my mind. I just said, "No, I'm not." But then she goes to ask me, "How does it work? Like, what happens?" And she couldn't have been no more than like 65. I mean, I understand they get plastic surgery and all that, but she couldn't have been no more than like 65 years old. But the fact that she would ask me something like that, it rubbed me the wrong way. And I just want to know what y'all think. Am I overreacting? Am I sensitive?
A little bit, Keyshawn. She asked you how, like you say, I get it. I get it. You Keyshawn. So we ain't got that ego like you. We wasn't drafted #1 overall in the NFL and all that. So Mr. Ohio State or wherever you went. So I get it, brother. You always been the man pretty much all your damn life, high school, all that. Like, he been the man for the last 30, 40 years. And all of a sudden somebody look at you and ask you, "Are you Uber Eats?" That can shatter an ego.
And here's the thing now, we all human. We're not saying that,
USC.
ain't gonna be an initial shock. I get it. Like I said, he living a good life. He's a resourceful man. He very well should be getting respect everywhere he goes and adulation. Then he meets this strange Caucasian person and they say, "Hey, are you I get it." Because he 40, 50 some years old. I don't know his age, but he over 40. He long in the tooth. I get, he like, "How dare you say I'm doing Uber Eats and I'm a 40, 50-year-old man?" It's like you insulting my ambition, but again, they don't know you. Just let it ride.
Yeah, Keyshawn, 53 years old. I mean, come on, brother.
I see. Yeah, you know you being sensitive. Shout out to the wide receivers. Shout out to the wide receivers and quarterbacks. Y'all know y'all prima donnas.
Man,
God
there
damn.
we go.
Am I crazy? Because I don't think I'm any of them. I wanted to say to her so bad. Are you crazy? I want to do all, but I'm like, I'm smarter than that. I know how I know how people will take that on and turn that into something totally different for me. And so I'm like, okay, you know what? I'm gonna just pass on this and just let her be who she is. And at the end of the day, I was like, have a nice day. But it's crazy to think that you would even approach somebody, you know what I'm saying, with something like that. But y'all let me know. Y'all, if I'm sensitive, y'all let me know.
You are sensitive. Two things could be true. The lady could have been an a-hole or whatever the case may be. All right. But you were sensitive. All right. You shouldn't let some old lady draw that up out of you. Like Mr. Walker said, just to know whatever. Like I tell y'all, I don't even pay people attention halfway. So yeah, y'all got to adopt a different strategy.
Here you go. Listen here. I am the biggest fan of the Mr. X strategy. I have yet to master it because I like to F around and find out. People bold. See, I get it. Keisha, I just don't know how to handle it. I know how to handle this. That's a bold assumption. Like I said, it's a grown man talking about Uber Eats. And you said I would have spoke my truth. I'd have laughed. I said, no, man, I ain't Uber Eats. I said, and I would have said, I tell you what, I will feel rather unproductive at the age of 52 and still work for Uber Eats. What would you say, ma'am? Would you deem me unproductive being 52 working for Uber Eats? Since you want to start this conversation, let's have it. That's me. And that's how you do it. I like messing with people. People are so bold to say ish. Let's talk now. Let's talk.
Keyshawn, you're sensitive, and I say that with some affection. And me and Keyshawn, even going back to his playing days, there's been friction or whatever. But I like Keyshawn, but I hope there's someone in his circle that could tell him that someone asking you, "Hey, do you have a job?" or you're working a job or whatever, or mistaking you for someone who's working, that's not an insult. That's actually, it's, hey, are you working? Blah blah. It's just small talk conversation. Keyshawn, you're being overly sensitive. Steve, you say what?
But yeah, he's being sensitive. I mean, every time I walk into a place, everyone thinks I'm a math tutor. Obviously, they never saw my grades. It is what it is. Like, look, this is something that happens a lot with older white folks, and I love those older white folks. They always call me like Oriental, and like I don't take offense to it. It's like I don't go around saying, "Well, I'm not a rug." No, it's like that's the terminology they used way back when.
Oh, you're not Oriental?
Well, I am, and I'm Asian, but I'm Korean. I'm really American. I mean, always. God bless America first. But I don't take offense when older people say, "God, you Orientals are so good, except at driving." Look, I don't think it's anything to be that. Let's put it this way: if it happened to me today, I wouldn't do a 2.5-minute video whining about it.
Hell!
This dude, wow. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
Hey, my man.
Oriental is not politically. That's what I said. I mean, man, this dude, wow.
My man said, listen here, you keep asking me what my ethnicity is. T-Money in office, America first. He think he about to get me deported. America first. F all that. America. I feel you, little Asian man. And he do look like my Asian professor in college, Dr. Park. Yeah, it's true. All right. Some folks say that, all melanated folks look alike. I can laugh at that because I think that a lot of white folks and Asian and Indian folks look alike. It is what it is. It's to be laughed at. Racism is really funny, man. I like poking fun at each other's differences. Shout out to the more risque comedians, the Chris Rocks, the Dave Chappelles, the Eddie Murphys. We got to laugh at our differences, man, because we are different.
Yeah. Scap, I think the perception is, you can speak as a white person, that white people never get asked questions like this. And I tend to suspect that they actually do, but you know better than I do.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Not only does my pigmentation probably disqualify me from this conversation, but I'm also I'm a straight white guy, like the most boring, like, unqualified person to speak on these things known to man. But I will say this. I typically, when I go to pick up food, I haven't ordered it. It's usually my wife who has done it. So I have some like text message thing, like confirmation number or something. I'm usually dressed like a scrub. I have like sweatpants on, a t-shirt, like flip-flops. So I walk in there looking like a bum, fumbling through my phone looking for something. So I have, Keyshawn, I can confirm, been asked in the past if I am an Uber Eats or a DoorDash or if I'm picking up someone else's order. So yes, it has happened to me more than once. Guys, my big takeaway from that is, was that?
Well, like you say, I've got it too from the restaurant people. Like I said, somebody just standing around, you walk into some Cheesecake Factory, you in the waiting area, people waiting for a table, and some old lady just look at you. Hey, you Uber Eats. Like I said, still, yeah, it shouldn't draw a reaction. I would have ignored her. But for him to make a video and try to act like he's a victim, come on, Keyshawn.
There you go. And here you go. If this is going to bother you, if you have a concern now of being out in the world and being, thought to be an Uber Eats driver, dress differently. Shout out to Kevin Samuels. If that really bothers you, like I said, you really shouldn't. It should be laughable. I do every time somebody think I'm a Home Depot, a Home Depot worker, I laugh at it. And I'll actually say I used to be. Y'all know me. I used to be, but not anymore. Can't help you. Actually, sometimes I will help. But that's it. If you are worried about how people are going to dress you in public, dress the way you want to be addressed. I like that. Dress the way you want to be addressed. You want to be considered Uber Eats driver? Do the Kanye. Don't go nowhere without at least one of your watches. They say, you Uber Eats driver? Say, do I look like an Uber Eats driver?
There you go. So Keyshawn.
You're a victim. Victim. Necessary? Was that 2.5 minute sob sesh that he posted to social media? Did we really need that? Did he need that? Like, I just don't understand what that accomplishes. That he obviously just wants either the attention or to stir up some kind of a race conversation, obviously, right?
Without question. And I'm telling, I try to bend over backwards to be sympathetic to these guys. I don't know who they're having conversations with, who that this is normal. And other than, women tend to be this sensitive. And that's why I just go back again to like, man, if you're a product of a matriarchal culture, you're overly sensitive. Someone asked you, like being an Uber Eats driver, that's beneath you. And there's a little humility that people should tap into. That's a working man doing any job. You should have some respect for, rather than denigrating, because there's a lot of Uber Eats or Uber drive. For me, thank God for Uber Eats drivers. Thank God for DoorDash drivers. I'd shrink up to nothing without.
Wow.
Yeah, eating all that nonsense. Here's what I'll say. Like you said, Keyshawn, I get it. Ain't none of us Keyshawn Johnson, so granted. He got the ego I can only imagine. I don't know why you are in a restaurant picking up takeout food if you are really him. See what I'm saying? The two things don't equate. So if you are who you think you are, you shouldn't even be out picking up food. You should have people doing that for you, assistants or whatever, your wife, whoever. But, I mean, come on now. So that's my take.
I thought, Miss X, that celebrities either wanted one or two ways. They either want to be able to go out in public and not be harassed, or I guess they want to be, noticed and just glazed over, if you will. So I guess he would rather maintain his celebrity status. He doesn't want, now poking fun at the brother, the real celebrities, the Jay-Z's, the Beyoncé's, they wish they could fit in where the retired celebrity, I don't know what else to call them, they used to be celebrity, they wish they still had that limelight. Relax, brother. Just let it go.
So for that, we're going to put him in the sub.
Dang, Keyshawn.
The passengers of the doomed Titanic sub spent their last moments in total darkness looking for bioluminescent creatures out of the small window and listening to their favorite music. The new details of the 5 passengers' final moments have been revealed by the wife and mum of the father-son duo.
Waiting in the water, wade in the water, diamond wade in the water. Something's gonna trouble the water. You better wade in the water. Yeah, man.
Shout out to Cold Sounds. Yeah, Keyshawn, he was slow. He was a possession receiver. Yeah, very little yards after the catch. Yeah, but he going up with it, coming down with it most times. Don't be hating on my old Buccaneers team. I see y'all.
And Divine Photos says, Rush Hour 2, Lee told Carter, do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth? And Carter says, no one understands the words coming out your mouth.
I love it. You can't get away with that on TV anymore, huh? That's mean. Man.
That part. So a lot of celebrities, or not only celebrities, athletes in particular. So we're going to bring this next one up. We're going to bring up my guy, Jesus Shuttleworth. All right. He has something to say. Ray Allen. And they coming for him now.
Jesus Shuttleworth.
Damn, I thought we got past the shut up and dribble people. Shut up and dribble. You don't know anything about politics. Shut up and dribble. Like, so when you guys come into my space and tell me to shut up and dribble, one, let's just break this whole shut up and dribble down. I don't play basketball anymore. So you just only see me as somebody that needs to be dribbling. That's my only worth or my only contribution to society. Not to mention, I have businesses that I pay a lot of taxes on. I've paid a lot of taxes in my career. I mean, I've seen amounts of taxes. You know, obviously I own homes in different places where I have to pay taxes, and I have charities. So government and the things that happen in local government affect everything.
So what? You rich. You can't talk about it. So yeah, what you talk, shut up and dribble, ninja. All right. Granted, y'all gotta let people, speak their thoughts. You don't have to agree, but somebody like Ray has never been a degenerate. I will say that. He's somebody that should be respected, intellectually.
And I was gonna touch on that. Shout out
to Connecticut. Come on now, Ray ain't stupid.
Come on, man. Salute and shout out to the athletes that dare to be more than just athletes, man. Like, cause you see what I'm saying? Cause if we show ourselves just to be brainless brutes, then folks don't treat you like that. Not saying it's cool, not saying you got to deal with it, but understand what you're up against, especially whenever you're an athlete like this brother. But shout out to him and the other athletes that I know of that dare to uphold some kind of academic, intelligence standard. Freaking John Lynch for the Buccaneers, Richard Sherman. Yeah, Richard Sherman's intelligent brother. But they exude it. You see what I'm saying? Like, I think that's something these brothers should be aware of, being athletes, because it's got to suck to be perceived to be all brawn and no brain.
And there's always been a handful of guys throughout history. You go back in the day, Kareem and Wilt Chamberlain, Jim Brown, Muhammad Ali. So it's always been some athletes that's, very outspoken, intelligent guys getting into political. And now Ray doing it. And they said this to LeBron a few years ago, I guess. Shut up and dribble. All right. Or they done told some comedians, shut up and make jokes, or whatever the case. They done told me and Mr. Walker, shut up and whatever. Do whatever we do.
They told us to shut up and go to hell.
Yeah. But nonetheless, here we are, still in front of the mic.
Still here, god dang.
Different places where I have to pay taxes, and I have charities. So government and the things that happen in local government affect everything. But because I may say something that triggers you, remember, my opinion is not your opinion. If you don't like my opinion, unfollow me. And this, I don't even say that from, an offensive point of view. It's easy. Like, I'm listening to all these.
I agree with that, Ray. All the critics and detractors out there, like Ray said, if you listening, you unfollow. Because at this point,
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch. Your thoughts ain't my thoughts.
Shout out to Ray. It's a real thing.
I love that saying, man. That make me laugh every time because that's coming from it. So I want a shirt with that. Your thoughts ain't my thoughts. B.I. I'm bringing it in the new year like a villain, baby. Yeah, tell them, Ray, or not. Let people say what they go say. I'm over giving trolls the time of day and attention. That's all they want. Understand that. A troll, trolling detractors, Brother Ray, everybody, they only want to be acknowledged. They don't care if the acknowledgement comes in the form of a pleasant comment or an egregious insult. They just want attention. Don't give it to them.
And Charlotte G. Honda says, Keyshawn told that old white woman, don't give a crap about your feelings. Your thoughts ain't her thoughts.
Your thoughts ain't my thoughts, G. Honda.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
Shout out to G. Honda. Here we go.
Right-wing extremists talk about DEI and empathy's bad and, you know, get these people out of the country. Like, you know, that's how you feel. You have every right to feel that way. I don't agree with you, but I'm not going on nobody's wall and cursing them out and sitting there. That's how you feel. Great. You know, live that.
Ray Allen, the Hall of Fame basketball player, spoke truth on his platform.
I'm just going to encourage people to look after people, to treat people well, to make this country a better place, make this world a better place by being accepting to people, by offering people a hand, you know, building a bridge and not a wall. That's what I do. I don't care about what people, when they say negative shit. Why are some of you so triggered that by something that I post or something that I say? Why are you so triggered that you got to come into my space and start to spit vitriol and
That's the thing. A lot of these guys are too sensitive. Y'all ain't built for the internet. I'll say that. So y'all are athletes. Y'all better get used to it. And then just like me and Mr. Walker, we come from the mud, been dealing with this all my life. This is child's play up here. But for somebody like Ray, the comment section, a lot of these guys, Kevin Durant, right? A lot of these athletes, LeBron, they get real sensitive about comments and what people say online. But you gotta understand, if you posting stuff, you will attract, you got millions of subs. You think all these millions of people like you? They don't. So it is what it is.
There you go. The internet is not a safe place. It is the gauntlet. F that. Scratch all that. I keep saying it. This is Gladiator. The YouTube is the Coliseum. Folks will give you thumbs up on Monday. Live. And then on Tuesday, you tell them you like chicken ramen noodles compared to beef. In him. Ain't no goddamn going consistency up here. This is the gauntlet. God dang it. And you got to figure that. And it drives me nuts, Mr. X, because these are athletes. I got a lot of my thick skin from being an athlete. I'm perplexed. You are constantly criticized. Good ain't good enough. Like, I'm like, and that's how you excel. So how the heck is some couch potatoes sitting in a lazy boy, sitting there using their Twitter fingers, talking mess about you, gonna get you any kind of wound up? I get it. You got to kind of get used to it, but it should happen fast, grown man.
You know, hate and anger. You know, you attack, you know, I could post something somebody says, you know, and something that can be very, you know, off the cuff, you know, not good for anybody. And then all of a sudden you get mad at me because I'm the person you start trying to break apart my life. Like, oh, you weren't even that good of an NBA player. Well, you know, some of you to come on, I'm in the Hall of Fame. So what you say about that, I don't give a damn.
Brother.
You guys have to understand that this country is not just for you. There's so many different people. There's so much diversity, and diversity, regardless of what you think and what you say and what you believe, diversity is great for this country. So violence is never an answer for anything in this country. We need civil discourse. Like, you want to have a conversation? I don't mind having a conversation, but you guys got to be willing to listen instead of trying to tell people that they stink or they suck or you need to, you know, shut up and keep dribbling. Like, because you don't like what I say, you don't know me. You didn't grow up with me. You don't understand why I think the way I think, and you're not willing to listen. You only care. But one thing I won't say is I'm not going to segregate. I'm not going to separate. I'm not going to disparage people just for trying to make a living in this country. Everybody, this is the earth. Everybody deserves a fair shot. Everybody deserves to have an opportunity to live a great life and take care of their family and to love and to be loved. And if you ain't on that, then maybe you're the one that's out of pocket. Maybe you're the one that needs yourself checked.
By the way, of a religious person like Ray Allen, what is he posting on his Instagram? He is posting about how a farmer is desperate for relief because Donald Trump and his administration are crushing them. The next one, top 15 lowest ranked U.S. states by public education. I mean, I'll just read it. Why not? Arizona, Alabama, New Mexico, Oklahoma, Idaho, West Virginia, Arkansas, Nevada, Indiana, Louisiana, Florida, Texas, Mississippi, South Carolina, Utah. What do they have?
Okay. So Ray is posting this stuff like on Instagram. He's showing stuff that he's posting. Top 15 lowest ranked countries, right? This other one was, what did he say? About how Trump and the farmers. So he's getting, whatever kind of reactions, whoever don't agree with you. All right, you talk about some heavy stuff now. So it is what it is.
You're not, anytime you are opinionated, for whatever reason, left, right, conservative, liberal, it don't matter. If you have an opinion, there is going to be hordes of folks that don't agree with you. And there's going to be a smaller group of that horde that want to probably hurt you. It's just weird like that. Deal with it. This is the internet. This is the world. Brother Ray, he tripping, talking about everybody deserves. Put an asterisk on that deserves. Everybody deserves a fair chance. Everybody deserves a chance at life, liberty, and freedom. Sounds good when you say it, but we know that's not a live reality, and we got to address what's really going on. Yeah, I can see him get mad. Top 15 lowest ranked U.S. states by public education. I'm surprised Louisiana one did first up there. Shout out to Ray. He's just trying to spread some knowledge. Shout out to the farmers that's always getting beat down, especially the melanated farmers. Not trying to make it a color thing, but it is a color thing, man. Shout out to all the farmers out there struggling, man. May y'all find some relief.
And as you can see, the theme behind this is all 15 of these are Republican states. So obviously Ray is a Democrat. It is what it is. I ain't got no problem. Nobody's whatever. Do whatever you do. So he got a problem with something about Trump and the farmers. Then he talk about the Republican states got the worst schools. And I could imagine, the MAGA folks is probably in your comment section telling you to shut up and dribble and some more stuff.
Like you said, the brother, he don't like Trump. So he most likely thinks he's putting up stuff that is condemning Trump. But no, you put up all those states, and those are all blue states. And I could just hear MAGA. You don't know what you're talking about. You're going against your own point, boy. Oh, that's what it was. That brother Ray seen a couple boys in there and son.
And there we go. I see Richard. How many states? 51. Puerto Rico. Ain't Puerto Rico the 51st state? I don't know. Where my people at?
Don't ask me. I
they added a state, Alaska or something.
Yeah, I thought it was 51 too.
I don't know, but it say here the 51st is Arizona. I see what y'all saying.
Listen here, man. I'm so over geography and everything. We don't know what's the United States. What's the state of the United States? We don't know if Pluto is even a planet or just a big rock roaming around in the black abyss. They don't know. I thought it was 53. I don't know. Could be. Name them. So they added Hawaii and Alaska, Sister Repink? I don't know.
Well, that's old news, but I thought they added like Puerto Rico or something. Like Richard saying it's a territory. We don't know. Do it matter? That's the question.
Here's the thing. I believe it is important. I don't want to lie. It can be important to know these things. A simple-minded project baby like me, when I hear this, oh, how many states is there? Can I use this information and apply it to my life and get desired outcome? I'm not saying I'm right, but I have a hard time giving a damn, is what I'm trying to say. Excuse me.
And shout out Emmanuel became a member.
Appreciate your brother, Emmanuel.
And he come back with the 5-ball. He says it's easier to be a victim than a villain. Stand for something.
Amen, brother.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
Here we go. Hit the like button.
They haven't come. His next post: Trump's deportation of immigrants paralyzed the United States. And it is news cycles of how so many people are being harassed, abducted, and deported. Another one, white versus black responses to Charlie Kirk from an uploader and a user named Matthew Prigden, A Daily Show clip about Trump's mental decline. A painting about Matthew Dowd, the MSNBC contributor, who was fired. And the bubble above him says,
I'll say this. Y'all be going down too many rabbit holes, Brother Ray Allen. You too rich. How you got this much time on your hand? How the hell you know about these people? Whoever this guy is, some guy, MSM, I don't know who these people is. Just showing white folks, oh, this guy got fired. I don't know who these white folks is. You couldn't have this much time to be worried about them.
And if you are, what effects is it having on your life in a positive way? Somebody help. When we open the panel, maybe somebody can educate us, man. I need to know. Like everybody all rah about politics. You vote, right? And then what? Once you vote, see, hear me out. Anxiety doesn't do anything. Anxiety and worrying, right? So once you vote, why not just, ain't nothing else you could do. You done voted. Anything else is just going to cause concern, worry, and anxiety. Am I right? So just vote and shut up. Huh? There you go. Shut up and vote. Forget shut up and dribble. Shut up and vote.
Or just go make a difference. Hell, go build a school. Go up there, go buy that school off Umar and open it up. Make a real impact. Don't be sitting here making Instagram stories and rage baiting folks. Like I say, you can post whatever you want, but don't be coming like, why y'all in my comment? Turn the comments off. Turn them off. That's an option.
And make subscribe. Yeah, see, thank you, Mr. X. You can make it subscribers only. You can make comments members only. You can definitely tone down the vitriol, but Mr. X, they won't want to say it. They crave that attention.
Charlie Kirk said some not so great things. And then a heart around Brian Kilmeade because he essentially said, let's kill the homeless. Let's euthanize them on Fox News. He would show the American West in the 1830s, Nazi Germany in the 40s, and present-day United States, all with governments controlling the masses. An upload of Trump saying, smart people don't like me. An upload by one user saying, if you think killing over politics is crazy, imagine killing over skin color. This is what he is getting harassed about and criticized on, rather.
I mean, Ray, come on now, dog. After seeing some of this, you can't sit there. Y'all need to start a podcast, Ray. Why not? Start a podcast and let these people come up on camera. Have a conversation with them. Like, you can monetize this in better ways. But, I mean, I don't know. I don't do all this. Like, I don't know.
Shout out to the folks that's new to YouTube land, huh? They don't know, how this goes. He ain't gonna have a good time. Too many folks have come up before him, celebrities, athletes, trying to have these conversations. And I don't understand, y'all. Some of y'all just started. Not saying him particular, but for the most part, yeah, people have been on these political trains for 50 plus some years. And you think about the debate with them, they about to sit here and recite policies and sub policies, and you ain't gonna be able to check them. Oh, policy, 15-C subsection J, and what you gonna say to that? You see, that's what I mean. Like, it's very, very easy to be in over your head, shot to HQ, when you ever try to talk about politics and all you got is emotion.
That part, when you so staunch, you got to be like us and tell people you don't give a damn. All right. So you're already coming in. They know where you at with it.
There you go. And I'm willing to listen. Teach me something. I'm not about to sit here. I don't have a bias. You may be able to persuade me. That's what y'all look for. All y'all arguers out there. Y'all like to argue. Persuade me. I'm not going to sit here and fight you. Tell me something.
Straight like that, straight like that, straight like that, straight.
Black children looking at a segregated playground, Alabama, 1956. Not long ago, from African archives. The Daily Beast, in an article, go on his Instagram, there are tons. Donald Trump's presidency is making America irrelevant. For the record, I reached out to Ray Allen to host him, and I think it would be an awesome discussion. Truly. There's another one. Vaccines save millions. Here's what the U.S. wiped out because you have a man who's not a doctor in charge of medicine.
My gosh.
I mean, goodness gracious, Ray, you wilding over there, brother.
Yeah, that he golly. See, you cannot be up here talking about politics, cooties, that, and you think it's folks that got raging opinions about these things. Again. Shout out to the celebrities and athletes that don't know what they getting into when they tiptoe over here to YouTube land. Yeah, we all on the even playground. Like I said, Joe Schmo sitting on the couch, cramming cheesy puffs in his mouth, can sit here and get to Hall of Famers and athletes and celebrities. It's amazing. Shout out to social media.
Who has never practiced law and is like a veterinarian. That's what they're doing. A conspiracy theorist veterinarian. Actually, they probably love that. Another one. The same people who laughed at the idea of immigrants being eaten by alligators cheered when President Biden announced he had cancer, mocked the death of George Floyd, makes jokes about State Rep Melissa Hortman, a wife and mother, being assassinated along with her husband and dog, cheered for Kyle Rittenhouse, and mocked the death of President Jimmy Carter, are now doxing people for not being respectful to the late Charlie Kirk. Irony may never recover. Here's another one. The imbalance between Charlie and hundreds of school children. This man is cooking. He would post some of the things that Charlie Kirk said.
Yeah, Ray. You see what I'm saying, Ray? Oh, boy. Okay, I'm glad we got all the context. Like you said, Ray, why not just go live? Why do all these little memes and stuff? All this, I think that's feminine. Women do that. I don't know.
It is. Men should have a conversation. I believe that as a man, if you are this opinionated, you should challenge yourself to stand on that. But like Mr. X said, you don't have an opportunity to stand on it when all you do is hide behind a screen and folks can't get to you live and direct. All they can do is comment up under a meme or a picture. And it's heavily opinionated. No, come on now. Welcome to YouTube. Welcome to the Coliseum. Huh? Yeah. Keyboard cowards get keyboard coward outcomes. Come on, go live, Ray.
Man. So yeah, he was crossing all the gun lines, as you can see, all the sensitive topics. And long story short, we're going to take Ray and all the detractors, put them in the sub for tonight.
There you go, Ray. God dang it, Ray, from the Hall of Fame to the sub.
The passengers of the doomed Titanic sub spent their last moments in total darkness looking for bioluminescent creatures out of the small window and listening to their favorite music. The new details of the 5 passengers' final moments have been revealed by the wife and mum of the father-son duo.
Wade in the water, diamond wade in the water. Something's gonna trouble the water. You better wade in the water.
I've been thinking about that, just some content creation ideas, thinking about making like a nationwide internet PSA, because I find it amazing that folks come up here and they show us they don't know the internet is not a safe place. Meaning, you come up here and say, oh, you come here and say, I prefer room temperature water over cold, which is something I prefer. Go ahead and post that. Where you don't think that somebody gonna come under there and talk about you old dumb blah. It's coming. What you mean you like tepid water? You stupid. You about to argue with somebody over the temperature of water? Huh?
That part. Yeah. So come on, we got to get thicker skin up here. And shout out to B. Wyatt. He says, don't matter if you're a politician or a Hall of Fame basketball player. We all float down here, Ray.
I love it, B. Wyatt. There you go.
So here we go. We're going to keep it moving. All right. We're going to bring this guy up. Where we at? Shout out to Hustler's Philosopher. He come through. He says, smoke is for everyone in these wild internet streets.
Everybody get this smoke. It don't matter if you 3 feet or 8'1".
Yeah, now this brother coming with the smoke. Shout out to the brother Hassan Campbell. All right, the one of the most hated ninjas on YouTube.
Talk to him, Hassan.
Listen, folks, at this point, you can tell that there is some type of psychotic spirit that has taken over our country. Folks are mad that the president is doing what a president is supposed to do. You can tell that we haven't had real leadership because when real leadership comes along, folks don't know how to handle it. A president's job is to protect his country from foreign and domestic threats. A president's job is to make sure the country is profitable. The president's job is to make sure its country's citizens can live in peace and prosperity. That's what our president is doing. But because we haven't had leadership in so long, people don't know how to handle this. I believe this thing really started. I know it started in the 60s when they had already had the plan to destroy America. But Barack Obama, y'all, he did a number on this country. He used the black man's mannerisms to charm the world. He learned the coolness of the black man. I'm telling you, he learned how to speak eloquently.
She all over the place. She got to get concise. All right. First, she went from talking about 1960, and then she jumped all the way to Barack. And, you know, what's her message? She telling people to wake up. T-Money is doing good things. That's what it seems like.
And she's saying that T-Money speaks eloquently like a melanated brother. It sounds good, but I ain't never heard anybody speak about us like that. That's kind of weird. Yeah, I don't know. But T-Money, believe it or not, the latest studies have shown that T-Money is a extrovert. Yeah, suppose T-Money is heavily affected by how people think of him. Supposedly. I think that's what she's touching on, but I don't know nothing about it. Just a theory. But shout out to the brother Hassan. I'm a little distracted, Sister Ebony. I want him to take his hand. I just want him to just take it back. Take it right here. I want to see something. I want him to take his hand and just go like this. I want to see where his hairline really starts.
Hassan ain't trying to hear that. He gonna tell you how much them Versace frames cost, how much his jacket is, that fur, all right, the mink that it came from.
The only thing I want you to tell me is where you got that last "just for me" perm at, brother. Just for me.
He came with speeches about hope and change and captivated the world. And right in front of our eyes, blindly, we saw this man usher in all kind of abominations. And then Joe and Kamala patted these abominations on the back. Now we got boys really thinking they can be girls and girls thinking they can be boys. Now we have kids using kitty litter in the school because they identify as animals and that's how they use the restroom.
Amazing. So they got kitty litter boxes in the schools because the kids want to identify as a house cat. Ain't no way. This is wild. Is that true? Bonquisha, that sound like fake news.
I can't be around such I ain't trying to insult the babies. Them is babies. First off, the babies ain't responsible for this. Let's first get that across. Them is kids. They wild by nature. All right. They trying to figure life out. But I could not be a teacher, parent, teacher's aide, and y'all got kitty litters in a classroom. And as a God-fearing man, I'm supposed to act like this ain't not a place. Hey, I'm getting fired because I'm never gonna let it go. I can't do it. I absolutely can. The freak, not kitty litter. Kids got to come out of school. I'm taking them. Me homeschooling the kids is less detrimental, and I'm a D student. Understand what I'm saying? Me homeschooling the kids by myself is less detrimental than my kids thinking it's okay for little Johnny and Sarah to go over to the corner and take a dump in that big oversized kitty litter box. Wild and perverted, for one. What's going on?
Wicked work. So here we go. Make sure y'all hitting the like button. Shout out to Hustler's Philosopher, became a channel member.
Appreciate you, good brother.
We have kids being castrated at an early age by psychotic parents and doctors. And we have crazy people in the schools indoctrinating children. This is where we are. I don't know if we'll ever be able to recover, guys. This is how bad this is. And they are fighting the president on every front as he's trying to fix this country in its psychotic thinking. They are fighting him. Satan has taken over, and the people want to follow Satan. Not all, but a lot. This thing is crazy. I am watching lunatics. Look at the judges. Ketanji Brown does not know what a woman is. Where are we? Look at those liberal judges on that. Listen, y'all. We have to pray. Common sense is gone. And because of this satanic agenda, people are losing their minds. They have a chant that says, we're here, we're queer, we're coming for your children. This all, I'm telling you, Obama used the black man mannerisms to captivate the world.
See what I'm saying? I think everybody going off the deep end. All right. On both sides. Right. She's sitting up here, matter of fact, like spilling her tea, as they say, but she's coming off just as crazy. You coming off as unhinged to me. I'm like, what's wrong with this woman? But nonetheless, here we are.
Yeah, I can't get over the fact she keeps saying T Money is using the black man's mannerisms. Is this like an acknowledgement, of unprecedented charisma? Is this a backhanded compliment? Like, is that what I'm sensing? Like, that's what I hear. I hear good. I heard something good about black men, so I'm gonna ride with it. Shout out to the sister. I don't know where she's going, but everybody unhinged. PSA, we are currently in the season of unhingedness. If we haven't, this is your formal announcement. All right. We are all unhinged. Well, y'all are.
And he turned the whole country over to Satan when he lit that White House up with the abominations that they use, the colors that they use for an abomination that they took, that is God's covenant. That's how you know this whole thing is against Christianity. It's against God, which Christianity came from the Roman Catholic Church. What it is against Jesus's teachings. Wake up. Wake up. They're castrating children. Do y'all not understand this?
It's my turn now. Some people sound smart to dumb people. Like, you ever heard somebody that sound like they was really, really saying something until somebody actually challenged what they said? This country fell to pieces. It must have started in the 60s. No, it started with slavery, stupid. Forgive me for my sarcasm. It must have started in the 60s. No, it started with slavery. When America was invaded and conquered, and the people of this land that warred over this land was turned into slaves. It was prisoners of war. That's where it started at, and it never stopped. That's for one. For two, what are you talking about? America's a corporation. That's why when you look at your ID, your name is in capital letters, because you have been incorporated. This land, this is not a country. It's a corporation. And everybody on this plantation, see, that's what happened. The plantation, slavery was never abolished. The plantation was extended to everybody. Then you want to talk religion.
All right, this dude all over. Like you said, he just as goofy as her. It's a wild conversation. All right. Nonetheless, they both will say one good thing and then three wonky things. And this is Hassan. All right. With that hair, I can't even take him serious.
Gav, brother, I can't get past this pseudo hairline. I'm trying to listen to this, brother, and this is the reason why. It's a reason. It ain't superficial. If you so daggone worried about your appearance to the point where you go slap in some creamy crack, all right, rinse it out, and then put on an extra tight suede velvet line do-rag, because you can see the mark still on his head where he had to do
And he
rag.
got the scissors. So his hairline was made from scissors.
Yes.
Right? And then the hair was laid down and they cut it, made it look good.
If he take, I'm trying to tell you, if he take his hand and go like this, shit, him and T Money got the same comb over. Hassan, man, brother, your hairline back here. Again, shout out to my bald brothers. Bald is the most masculine hairstyle or lack of hairstyle there is. It's the most masculine look a man can have is a bald head. Just rock it, brother. Don't sit there. You fighting that. A swift wind and some rain gonna expose you.
Then you want to talk religion.
He ain't got no hair.
And act like Trump is the savior of Rome. Trump is the savior of nothing. Trump is a puppet. Trump is a puppet. You know, the people that's really ruling America is the ones that had him overseas kissing the wall.
That's true. We all know that. But here's the thing. Like you say, we go so deep, you know, we talk about our name on our license is all capitals because you've been incorporated. What does that mean? Give more. What does that mean? And what can we do about it? If it means nothing and we can do nothing about it, why talk about it? You see what I'm saying? But the two middle numbers in your social security card, all right? All black folks, your middle number's gonna end on an even number. You know, we say wild stuff. What does it mean and what can we do about it?
Thank you. Can y'all understand that? Gavin X, he's speaking for me as well. We share the same sentiment. We've talked about this. Shout out to our brother Bangadiah. Banger, huh? Y'all love Banger. Banger was up here once. He said that there were pyramids in the middle of the Great Canyon, and that if you went through the pyramids in the Great Canyon, it'll lead you to like Egypt or something. You know? Okay. Let's say that far out concept is true. What are we going to do with that information? Do we have the luxury and privilege to go find out and walk through some Stargate portal in the middle of the Grand Canyon? Or are we just sitting here just talking just to talk to fill the air? I'd rather not. Let's talk about stuff that we can act on. See what I'm saying? Let's not waste time. Or, share knowledge to give to some kids, but there has to be progress made one way or another, not talking just to talk.
And since every last one of these presidents went overseas to kiss the wall, we understand who's really ruling. See, if you want to understand what's going on in the world, all you have to do is follow the money. The money. That's all you got to do is follow the money for you to understand what's really going on. See, the bottom line to it is, I don't want anybody that's rocking with me to ever trust any of these politicians. What are we voting for? There's no reason to vote. Vote for your money. Money, power, respect. The key to life. You'll see it, right? And sleep at night. Money, power, respect. You think that you're going to actually vote away your problems? Do you think that you are going to vote away your problems? No. Money, power, respect. Save your money so that the money can save you. The only thing that the elite, the rich, is worried about is how much taxes is going to get taken out of their money. They don't want a dime taken for you. You working little bees that's complaining? That's complaining. You're paying the taxes on behalf of the rich. And then sitting up there talking about, well, you don't want your money to go for the poor. Now, that's backwards. It is what it is. In this life, it's either you're going to get right or you're going to get left. That's the bottom line to it.
Yeah. The problem with him, he can't relate to anybody. He up on his high horse. So he sit up there like, yeah, we all got to be rich. Y'all see me get to the bag. Granted, but come on now. Keep that energy. When you went into the hood acting wild, what happened? They brought you back to reality. That young man came out and put a hot one in you on a live. Yeah, on live. Why are you streaming? So you need to be more humble is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, that video was egregious. That's right. You keep reminding me that was him. He's in there talking cash money. Yeah, I'm this, I'm that. Then you see him look up out the door and he's like, oh. Yeah, not so tough. Not laughing at goofy, senseless violence. But come on, man. You knew the probability of that happening and did. Shout out to my good brother Terrence. He used to have a saying, and y'all need to adopt this. Don't let stuff happen. Don't allow things to happen. What does that mean? We are in control of everything in our lives. Don't let that happen. Don't sit here park in the middle of the hood with your jewels and trinkets on, going live with money everywhere, thinking that the stick up kids are going to look past you. You done effed around and let it happen, or F around and find out. They're interchangeable.
Man. And shout out to Square Biz. He come through the 5-ball, says this guy was allegedly SA'd by African Bambaataa, the musician from back in the day. Crazy story.
Most unfortunate.
I done heard many people mention it. I even heard him mention it before. He never confirmed that, but he heard, he'd be talking about the trolls that be trolling him about it, but I don't know. He said, I don't know. We'll look into it. I don't know much about it.
That's most unfortunate, man. It seemed like a lot of these young, so whatever entertainer celebrities was messed with, man. It's wow.
And shout out to Trey Almighty. Says his hair looked like coconut fur. Got to be correct.
That's messed up.
And Richard Media with the 10-ball says, I have always said that America is a corporation. Each state, each of the 50 states has its own constitution. The U.S. states function like countries in the European Union.
I agree, OG Richard. Feel you on that, brother.
I agree, yeah. Just got to learn the rules to the game. That's all. I think all America comes with a set of rules. It's like the game Monopoly. It's like, we're getting ready to play Monopoly and somebody say, hey, you can buy any of these things on the board and you can put houses and hotels on it. And if you land on this, you go to jail. And you like, okay, you learn the rules to the game and figure out how to win.
My family and I were just playing Monopoly last night. That's one of our favorite games because of these lessons. The kids are learning how to move properly. They're going right. And that part right there, Mr. That triggers folks that come from where we come from. You sit there and say, learn the rules to the game. You're a conservative because you are taking accountability on yourself.
Or like I said, you can either learn the rules or you can go to the Monopoly Corporation, take the instructions, rip them up, make your own instructions, and all the board games now come with your instructions. And it's the new instructions on how to play the game.
But first, you got to get money, power, and respect.
Yeah, good luck. And shout out to Hustler's Philosopher with the 10-ball. Says, if my people understood the value of farming, both food and sunlight, they would understand what it's going to take for us to achieve unified progress.
Unified
progress. He says currently returning to the family farm.
There we go. Hustlers, Philosopher, we on the same page, brother. Yes, farming and stuff. Maybe not so much farming, but homesteading. We're not looking to get into industrial farming. A lot of our ancestors found out the hard way that the loopholes and the snares is real. Trying to be a black real farmer is terrible. But definitely homestead, a little acre or two. You got a garden going that you can maintain. That going right. Shout out to Killer Mike. If we are going to really boycott and really put pressure on folks to give us reparations, we must become self-sufficient to some degree. And this is it.
That part. So, yeah, it's unfortunate. Got to figure out a way to win. Everybody ain't going to have hotels set up, but, figure out. Get some immunities. Back in the day, make connections. Make connections with people. Get immunities and different deals. All right, be like JP out here.
See, shout out to my father-in-law, man. He didn't get no properties. He was giving people money just to get immunities. I said, you pulled the page out of Mr. X's book. He just got immunities. He was terrible.
But nonetheless, it's a real thing, man.
Y'all still sitting up there. One thing I hate is you newly found people that came. Y'all just found in Trump. And y'all acting like y'all found something new, like y'all found God's gift. No, what you found is a dude. Well, the rumors Oh my God, the rumors. We're going to get into that in the next video. What you found is a dude that came to us and told us that he was going to give us the Epstein list. And you know what he gave us? Nothing. A whole lot of lies. A whole lot of deceit. After this, there is no waiting for the next. Like, the right wing and the left wing, they flap and they flap.
What were y'all expecting them to give y'all? The truth? You want people to incriminate themselves? Y'all sitting around waiting on the criminals to give y'all the truth. That's wicked.
This is why I continue to say that I am a political atheist. I don't believe in nothing they saying or got going on. Why? Like what Hassan's saying with his full hairline. It's one bird, right wing, left wing, but they still got the same agenda, man. Just like prosecution and defense attorneys, they go out to lunch together. They ain't enemies. They just on different sides, but they are buddy. They spend Christmas. Y'all will be surprised to find out that the Pelosi's and some other Republican folks be chilling up in the Alps together, getting drunk and snorting coke, allegedly. All right. Yeah, they don't hate one another. They both sides of this bird get into the bag, and we complaining about it.
And control the same bird. If we're not coming to the table with our own political party that we put together, if you're not coming to the table with your own money, if you're not using your money to buy back the land that was taken from you, what are you talking about? Just shut up. Some of you females out there, y'all don't even know how to choose a man to have kids with. If you can't choose a man to have kids with, how you going to choose the president? Everything in this world is about a rock to sleep game. Everything in this world is about a rock to sleep game. It's sort of like when you go into trial at court, right? Most of the dudes that's found not guilty in court are guilty. When you go to trial, it's all about who's the biggest liar. So what's the difference with politicians? Nothing. It's all about who can sell you the biggest lie. And Trump, well, he may have had some good intentions and thought that he was going to come and debo and maneuver around until he started getting blackballed. And once Elon Musk say, yo, Trump on that list, the next thing was he went from exposing a list to what list? There's a lot of people on that list. That list is one of the most evilest lists that ever touched this earth.
How do you know? You seen it? You see? How do we know? How do we know? How do we know it's on the list that nobody? You can't even tell us what's on the list, but you heard about this list. It's an evil list. All right, I heard even some folks from the Bible is on the list. Couple folks. They ain't gonna say no names though, but they on there.
It's all redacted. That's the term. That's the word they use. I don't have the patience. Whenever the conquering Viking man start throwing around words like redacted, just let it go. He giving you the finger, man. Don't you get it? He like, what you gonna do? All right, y'all want this list? Here it is. And all the pages is black. Redacted. That's what they call it. Now we hiding it. Now we got something to hide. It's redacted. Legal jargon. Redacted. I mean, F you.
So what is there to talk about? I don't need to see the list. All I got to do is use my imagination, and I know how to roll from there. It is what it is. That's my take on the situation.
All right. Well, use your imagination as you going down this pit. I'm over this dude.
Yeah, your hairline gonna blow back, brother. Hold your hair down.
Fuck is you talking about?
This is Sparta!
You got to know when to hold 'em, know when to fold 'em, know when to walk away, know when to hide. You gotta count your blessings. You're sitting at the table. You hear me? Ooh, child, things will get brighter.
Yeah, listen here. 2026. Men that dare to stand on your square, let's also dare to appear and present like the messenger. Yeah, don't come up here highly opinionated and you got a pseudo hairline. Like, come on, man. Cause you listen here. Shout out to Brother Hassan. I don't know that character. Can't be around characters like me, because we're gonna get to the bottom of exactly where your hairline started for the night's over. I promise you that.
Yeah, like I said, I don't know exactly what he's famous for, but you know, he's he up here influencing now. I don't know what.
That's insecurity, fellas. That's what, listen here. That's insecurity. And come on, sisters. Y'all see a man like that, and y'all see all them gaps because his hairline really start back here. It ain't that gonna give y'all the ick? Own that. Own your receding hairline. Be a man.
I agree. And if you're just coming in, hit the like button. Let's get the likes up before we get to this next topic. We will be dropping the link here and after this, or probably during this video, because we're gonna get y'all take on it.
Here we go.
So here we go. Hassan, pretty much, a lot of people are leading towards leaving the country. So right now we are asking the question, you know, give us free. Where do we go from here? Because we built the country and now they want us gone. So where do we go from here?
Nowhere. Here. Ain't going no daggone where. Shoot. Where? Go back to Africa? I was never in Africa. I can't go back to somewhere I never was.
And there we go. Ding, ding, ding. Go back to Africa. All right. This video here, fair use. I think this channel is called Web Nation. And they did an interview with the Passport brother, the Austin Holloman brother. All right. This guy here, he's now moved to Africa. And he telling us we all should. Let's see what we got.
I'm listening, brother. Talk to us.
I'm Austin Holloman. I'm a former world traveler, or better known as a YouTuber. I've been to 5 continents around the world, 28 countries, and over 50 cities, I believe now. And I decided to relocate my life to Nairobi, Kenya, and start over fresh. Hello, I'm Austin Holloman. I have relocated from the United States to the wonderland, the blessed, very perfect, in my opinion, land of Nairobi, Kenya. And this is my apartment.
This is Diggs.
Nice digs. Got the nice hard floors. I like
It
that.
is around 97,000 shillings, which at this moment of recording is about 750 US dollars at the current conversion. And
okay,
yeah,
let's stop here. 750 bucks a month. Got him a nice dig. Huh?
Yes. What? Come home, man. So what would it take to make this jump? For one, he's single with no kid. I've said this, Mr. X. Come on, man. Shout out to the one brother that moved overseas. Well, I forget where it went. But if you are a single man or woman and you have the luxury of working from home, you can. I would tell y'all to yes. See what's out there. Seriously. You know, I got 4 kids and a wife. I can't be jumping around like that. Otherwise, I would test those theory. I mean, yeah, 700 bucks. I ain't never lived like that.
Man. So here we go. Hit the like button. Let's see what we got. 750.
Look at them beautiful floors.
shillings, which at this moment of recording is about 750 US dollars at the current conversion. And this is the living room. We're about to do some cooking, so this is the kitchen here. And I have a patio that has a view of the city. I can show you the view right here. This is in the neighborhood of Kileleshwa. And as you can see, there's a nice view of the city. In comparison, for people that don't know, or for Africans or South Americans or Southeast Asians that are watching this same apartment in this type of posh area in town of, let's say, uptown Dallas would easily be $4,000 per month. And yeah, $750, that's basically a fourth of the cost.
Huh. Dang. I mean, he ain't lying. If you're going to be in the posh area of any big city, you're going to be paying at least $3,000 for that. Up, you know, the views but $750. But I see a lot of y'all got different concerns, you know, but a lot of people say not so bad over there, Mr. Walker.
Again, if you are single or you got some good structure, some finances saved up, why not give it a shot? We all got to admit, here we go, real conversation. We all got to admit that we are being overworked, overtaxed, overcharged to live on U.S. soil. It's a lot. However, if it's so bad, why don't more of us go and venture across seas and see what it's like? I think we should. We need more intel. Every time I see these videos, they always say how great it is, how low the cost of living is. I've seen dozens of these videos. couples like, yeah, we over here, and they like, we live different places, Africa, China, different places.
Well, where's the idea of dual citizenship? Not leaving, but I'm here for a couple months, I'm there for a couple months.
See, and I thought T Money was getting rid of dual citizenship. I thought that's the only thing. I thought he said you can't be. That's over. Dual citizenship is out now. You either American or not.
Oh,
God,
didn't know that.
It's getting wild. Yeah, come on, Chet. Correct me if I'm wrong. Ain't that becoming a thing now? Yeah, hard to get dual now. So I thought. Yeah, T Money said if you want dual citizenship, you got to get the Trump Gold Card. The Trump Gold Card. Sound like I made that up. That's not a joke. The Trump Gold Card. He's selling them. T Money.
That's wicked. And shout out to Hustler's Philosopher. Says, who man is this?
He just a dude. He's just a dude.
Project Leroy. If it's so great, why do they come back here?
That's I'm wondering. Let's see. Maybe we missing something, brother Project Leroy.
Cost that you could save by living out here, and pretty much everything that you spend in Nairobi will be divided by 4. So you can eat at 5-star restaurants in Nairobi, just divided by 4. The United States is just overly expensive, just on every aspect. My groceries are divided by 4. So I'll show you the rest of the apartment as well. Number one, I was already living in Brazil, and then I decided to become a digital nomad and start jumping around the world. Now, came to Tanzania first, and then I went to Nairobi after I met some Kenyans there, fell in love with it. The first couple of hours I was there, I could just feel it. There's a certain energy if you're here in Nairobi. And I could feel that the minute I stepped outside and started walking down the street. And I went to Uganda, Rwanda, came back to Kenya. I loved it that much. Stayed for a couple more months. Then I went to Zambia, came back to Kenya for a couple more months. And then I went to Ghana, Senegal, and I came back to Kenya. Went to Thailand, came back to Kenya. So I always found myself coming back to Kenya. And then I went from Kenya to 15 more countries in Europe, Southeast Asia and South America, and even back to the United States, which I hated that trip. But I went back, and God told me, out of all the places I had been to, all the stuff I had experienced over the year and a half, anything that I had doubtful about Kenya was now irrelevant. And now I realized that this was the best place for me to be at.
So he in Nairobi, all right, which is, a more expensive, nicer place in Kenya. Don't know. A lot of people are leaving. We ain't doing it in mass. Obviously, this is such a small percent. It don't even really register, but it is becoming a thing for more younger people, the younger generation, because this dude here, he only like 25 years old or whatever.
There we go. Okay. So he's younger than us, 25, still got, a lot of life to live, a lot of maturing to do. Because my thing is, okay, you moved there for what? Better amenities and lower cost of living? Granted, I can dig it. But now what? Now you sitting here real comfortable. You're a social media person. You getting your money. Now what? You're going to raise a family. You looking for a woman? Are you doing business deals over there? Where's growth? Where's the growth? That's my question. You ain't just sitting in this nice, marble floor apartment by myself every day and night. That's wild. What a woman at.
Man. And Hustler's Philosopher, appreciate you, brother. Says, don't fall for the bushmeat propaganda. Dead ass.
Propaganda. We got to F around to find out, Hustler.
We have a guest bathroom here that people use very often because I host house parties all the time. We have our second bedroom. This is for my guests that stay and spend the night. When they get drunk, they stay here. But we have to, some things are being washed right now, so that's that. And then we have my bedroom here, which has another balcony, the same view of the city. And we have my bathroom here, and that's it. And also outside on the first balcony, there's what they call a DSQ, which is basically the cleaning ladies or the house help. If they wanted to sleep, it's like a break room essentially for them there. And that's common that you see in Africa. Something that I didn't really notice that we have in the States unless you're rich, but it seems like most houses here have that addition to it.
Not bad. Say he got his own room. He got a private balcony. He got his own bathroom. $750. Like Mr. Walk said, depends on what you do for a living.
Now he claimed he partied. He said somebody come there drunk and stayed at night. Yeah, whatever. Sounds good. And then he said he got a cleaning lady and she has her own separate spot in the house. He said like there's a little rest area for the cleaning lady. Very odd, but nevertheless, amenities definitely better than what you get here in the States for the price. I ain't mad at it, but again, what else are you doing? You just partying? I guess that's fine too. You ain't got no kids, but state, you moved across seas. Let us know all of the pros and cons. Shout out to Project Leroy. Give us the pros and cons because it can't be all just wonderful, right? Got to be something. Low water pressure, rolling blackouts. Give us something.
Man.
Black Americans, we have a calling back to Africa. I would say yes and no. So when I come to Africa, some people say connect with your roots. I don't feel that. Just like when I was in Senegal and I went to go see the last door. They call it the last door where the slaves went before they got shipped off to North and South America and the Caribbean. And they were like, oh, I bet you could just feel the energy. I didn't feel anything. I'm not one of those. I didn't feel like, look, I know the slaves are here. That don't mean I'm having some sort of spiritual moment. It's just, this is what happened.
And here we go. Guess we talk about it since we're here. The last door, the door of no return, the largest slave trading center of the African coast from the 15th to the 19th century. This island ruled successfully by the Portuguese, Dutch, English, French, was a major hub for transatlantic slave trade.
The port, the door of no return. Yeah, that's on my bucket list. I got to go feel that, my baby.
Great.
Yeah, I need parts of that. Yeah, that's definitely on the bucket list. I need that. Yeah, I don't know what he talking about. Yeah, I'm there. I need to feel that. Yeah, that's deep right there.
Man. Here we go. Hit the like button.
Is a spiritual feeling, but for me, it's not like a calling back like I'm a lost cousin. It's just, this is just a great place. It's not, I don't feel like I'm being called though. So as far as the cost of living goes in Nairobi, as I said before, my apartment here is about $750 for a 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom with the service quarter on the patio, 2 balconies, and it's newly built. I'm the first person living in this apartment, and it's in a prime side of town. So again, if you're coming from the United States, a place like
that's another thing. Newly built sound good in America. Newly built in Nairobi, hell, they get a gust of wind about 30 miles per hour, man. Like seriously, them things be toppling. So, and you up on that top floor, like say you got to trust to construction. Hopefully they weren't building that thing with twigs and all right, where it's supposed to be rebar, they used in bamboo.
Listen, it just is. This is in general. Ingenuity and engineering ain't what it used to be. Then a bridge in China just collapsed. Some big old bridge just partially collapsed. I agree, Mr. X. Yeah, even in America, we see all of these daggone stick and toothpick houses. They are in the middle of building these $600,000-$700,000 houses, and it's all plywood. And if they don't hurry up and get siding up and it rains, the house literally melts and falls down. Y'all had to see the videos. Wild behavior. So I agree, Mr. X. Yeah, listen here, y'all just built it. Can it be one level? I ain't trying to be up high too much. Yeah, it's wild. I've heard stories about over in Africa them building stuff, and it takes a while. It's not the same. Shout out to American infrastructure. Only here do stuff get done so daggone fast, boy.
And at this point, most of the people building this stuff around the world are Chinamen. So even African infrastructure, there's going to be Chinese construction crews in Jamaica. A lot of these places, Asian people are building the stuff and charging the country. Yeah, I built that for you. I built you a hospital. I built you a bridge. That you owe us now.
Big time. What do you owe us? We gonna build y'all these things for your infrastructure, a road. That's what it be, a road, hospital. That's all you get. And now we gonna build some stuff here and don't worry about it. That's what it be. Strong arm you. You like your road? You like your hospital? Yeah, all them babies we bringing into the world. Yeah. Now we about to build a casino and the largest liquor store on this continent. Take it or leave it.
Yes. That's when I was in Jamaica, the main highway that you take that will get you from Kingston to Ocho Rios. That's from south of the island to north of the island. It will take a straight highway built by the Chinese folks. They got their own toll booths. The toll booths, they collect all the money from the tolls. It's like $20 one way, $20 back, something wild. And the Chinese people built the highway. You can take the back road. The back road is filled with potholes, and it's going to take you 3 times as long as get there. But they built a highway, put toll booths in it, and said, if you want to come this way, you got to pay, and it's our road.
Power, influence. That's how it's done.
Dallas, Texas, you can divide everything by 4. So I can give you $750 for rent, maybe $50 for electricity. I think I paid like $60 in like 6 months for my water bill, something irrelevant. If you come from the States, it's not even, I don't even factor that into my bills. My phone plan is around $30 per month, and it could be cheaper than that if I get a different plan, but I don't want to. The internet is around the same. I think it might be cheaper for internet in the United States. I think my internet now is about $30, but it's a very slow speed. But for the 100 up, 100 down, it's going to be close to $100 over here. But because the rest of your expenses are so much cheaper, that also too makes I don't really factor that in as well. For a guy that goes to the gym 4 times a week, and my testosterone is high because I'm still under 30, I still manage to not go overspending $300 a month on groceries. And it could be cheaper than that. As I said earlier, if you meet the locals and they take you to the places that they go to, it's a lot cheaper. An apartment like this that's 2 bedroom, 2 bathroom, you can fully furnish it for around $2,500.
He talking it. He talking money now. All right. Look at that wilted ass salad. Fresh. Huh? They talk about a fresh salad. Hold on, man.
Where?
Fresh, huh? It's fresh. You see that little bit of brown, you act like me. Listen, when it come to lettuce and stuff, yeah, I need perfectly green. I'm the same way. If I pick up a piece of lettuce and it got a little wiggle to it, absolutely not. Got to be crisp, fresh, my baby. But this is it. Just a whole, I don't know. I ain't a lettuce eater. I ain't gonna hold you that.
Almost. They call this almost fresh or something like fresh.
It's fresh. That's just the root right there. I would have to believe this ain't the States. Like that's got to be fresh. Yeah, it's Africa. Come on now. Like that's got to be a perk. They got to have real food. They ain't over there manufacturing meats and mystery concoctions like us, is it? You muted, mistakes.
Shout out to Rachad Media. He says, tell us about the underbelly, territory threats. He says wildlife threats, civil unrest, and other violent crimes.
There you go. That's what I'm saying, brother. Yeah, the underbelly. Yeah, yeah, brother. What's his name? Do you go outside at night? You come on, you gotta talk to me. Are you safe walking outside at night? Here in the States, y'all know y'all get up. I don't know if Walmart's still open at 2 a.m. It used to be, but you get up 2 a.m., drive to Walmart in the parking lot and the care in the world. Can you do that over there? Or not? I'm not being stereotypical, but what's the probability of catching a machete to the back of your neck? Just a question.
Man, shout out. Hustler's philosopher says he called cap.
Perhaps.
What I eat daily, which is just a lettuce, and I use dressing just because I usually eat a lot of eggs daily. And for the cholesterol aspect, this is supposed to help. And I think it does help because of the vegetables, whatever. Anyway, this is like 280 shillings, which is somewhere around $2. I'm not sure how much this would be in the States, but I know it'd be at least double or triple of that for that little small thing. This is my salad dressing. I seem to run through 2 or 3 of these per week. This is about the same price as the lettuce, ironically. One thing that's not cheap is bagged popcorn. And I keep telling people in my videos to, besides buying real estate, import goods and export goods and start businesses. There's a lot of stuff here. At one point, Village Market wasn't a mall, but they made a lot of jobs because they made them all. And I'm pretty sure you don't have money to make them all, but you do have enough money to import popcorn. Now there's ways that there's a strategy, you can't just bring it, but still, this was like 780 shillings, which for 3 bags of popcorn, and I can tell you in the United States for that same price, you probably could get a pack of 10, but because there's...
See, it'd be weird stuff like that in some of these countries, where some stuff is scarce, like popcorn. You can't get popcorn. All right, a bag of popcorn is $2 each. 3 bags in there for over $6. And like he said, now you're kind of talking, but you ain't. He said we need to get into trading with, but you can't. They ain't gonna let you. All the tariffs and whatnot. You got to know somebody, so you got to build some type of relationship, and good luck.
Yeah, good luck. That's it. It ain't about trust. It's about what power and influence you got. Yeah, and money. And you got it. And folks must think it's not smart to try to get over on you. Shout out to like I said, the underbelly. Okay, I hear you, brother. Import popcorn. I like it. Sounds good, but how do you get it done? Just more talking, sounds like to me.
A lack. It took me 10 months to find these. You can buy the kernels, but to find it in this type of box, it took me 10 months of looking for bag popcorn. So there you have it.
Because it's concocted.
We have my famous cow tongue. This is 1,000 shillings, which is like $7. It would be a lot more in the States, but a lot of y'all don't eat cow tongue in the first place, so you probably wouldn't know. Now, I don't have any, but usually I'll buy like steak.
How many of y'all eat cow tongue? What we missing out on? Let us know. We could be off base. All right, cow tongue.
Here's the thing, man. Y'all, people already got, egregious things to say about this brother. Yeah, I don't know if he trying to poke, but I ain't about to say every time I eat cow. I don't know. That's wild. Cow tongue. You got to peel that. I don't know. I don't like organs. So I got a bias. So I don't like organs. I don't want no gizzards, hearts, livers. That tastes gamey. And that's a whole tongue. That cow been eating a lot of stuff with that tongue. See what I'm saying? I don't know, man. That's raw. That's a whole cow tongue, man. It's black.
Cow tongue in the first place, so you probably wouldn't know. Now, I don't have any, but usually I'll buy like steak, and a kilo of beef here would literally be about 1,000 shillings, same amount as this. So $7. I can have like 3 or 4 T-bone steaks. In the United States, 3 or 4 T-bone steaks at a grocery store would damn near run you at least 70. Like it's so expensive, you might as well just go out and eat it at the restaurant. It's gonna be like $75 for those steaks. So you definitely save a lot of money by. And this is not even as cheap as it can get. If you talk to, I know there's gonna be a Kenyan watching this that claim that they can get everything I got in this sack for a penny, but if you go to more local spots, your grocery bills could be cut in half, which literally you could probably be spending like $100 to $200 a month and have a full refrigerator and freezer.
Hold on now. What y'all see in the back? A white woman. He in a safe place. Anytime you see white folks, I'm trying to tell you, you're like, okay, we're going towards a nicer place. He said they built this mall, some type of cafe. One thing about some of these countries, they will protect the nicer areas. You ain't about to mess the money up. So it will be over policed. There's probably military people around, couple dudes standing around with rifles. That's something else I noticed in Jamaica. The nicer stuff will be protected, and the locals know better because you will get, the punishment is Old Testament still in some of these places.
Ooh, eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, face for a face, my baby. Yeah, I can dig it. Keep it real simple. I was gonna say the same thing, Mr. X. Yeah, this brother, he American. So I would have to imagine they know who this is. American guy come on here, YouTuber, American YouTuber, spending American currency. Keep this goofy ninja safe. What would you like, Mr. American YouTuber? Whatever you like, Mr. YouTuber. Would you like a white woman delivered to your door later tonight? Yeah. He most likely getting special treatment. They ain't treating him like any other ninja because he ain't like every other ninja. Shout out to the Django.
This is wild. And we got some super chats.
Appreciate you, Dark Man Jeff. Says, can't pay me to live overseas. I am American. I want to visit at least, huh?
Yeah, nice to visit. Yeah, I definitely don't want to live. Like you say, just the language barriers. A lot of different stuff, man, we take for granted, just the water, having hot water and stuff. And yeah, that's something I learned when I was in Jamaica. I taking hot water for granted. Yeah, a lot of places don't have, we ain't off the resort. I know a lot of y'all be on resorts. I wasn't on no resort. I was living like the locals, like y'all would be. All right. And a lot of the hot water tanks are on the roof. So the hot water tank is on the roof of the properties. All the houses, you're gonna see hot water tanks on the roof. And they're more manual style. They get heated up by the sun. You in these hot areas, the heat from the sun gonna heat the water. And as night come, you're gonna have less and less hot water as the evening. So if you want to take a shower at night, you're gonna be taking a frosty shower. So you want to take your shower while it's hot out, because that's when the water hot. So little things like that.
Y'all ain't ready for that kind of roughing it. I don't take it for granted. I got too many kids to take hot water for granted. They keep me taking a cold shower if I don't get it fast enough. But it's those simple things. Shout out to Sister Ebony Dean. I ain't going nowhere. I've been said this, my land. I'm gonna show y'all better. I can tell y'all. Yeah, we home already.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is, Derek. So they got the solar panel, the rectangle solar panel connected to the tank. I got pictures in my phone. I'm trying to upload them. Yeah, I've never seen nothing like it till I got there, but I don't know how the setup is. Maybe I'll try to see if I can upload one of these pictures, but it's the solar panel with the tank on it. Yeah.
There you go. Shout out to this first world country we live in. Appreciate you, brother Emmanuel. Says, what's that? Lingua tacos are delicious. Appreciate your Omni Design Studios. Says, I'm sorry, fellas. Men who make money will not share their secrets. I see a bunch of YouTube scam artists. Learn to trade and work your butt off. That's what we did. So we still doing.
So here we go. If you're just coming in, make sure you hit the like button. We're going to get back into it. Yeah, I'm going to see if I can find that photo too.
Your grocery bills could be cut in half, which literally you could probably be spending like $100 to $200 a month and have a full refrigerator and freezer versus a full refrigerator and freezer in Texas is sounding like $600-700. So, and you can't deny it, because I know y'all seen recently that eggs had went up to $10 for 12 eggs, for a dozen eggs, $10. So once you start seeing stuff like that, if you don't believe me, you never will. I mean, I don't know what else to tell you. For me, now I do spend more than the average person, so don't take these numbers exact, because I think in the past month I've spent $5,000, which you do not have to spend that. But I have other expenses, and I also am an influencer, so my job requires me to be out and socializing a lot. So maybe I socialize more than the average person, but I would say that you need to have an income of around $4,000 US, not to survive, to thrive in Kenya. To survive in Kenya in a 1-bedroom, 1-bathroom, groceries, gym membership, you can literally do all that with $1,000, because you can find 1-bedroom, 1-bathroom apartments for $300, sometimes even less than that per month. I wouldn't go cheaper than that. You're not gonna be living somewhere you want to live, but you can find one for $300, even $400 or $500, and then after you add groceries and everything, yes, it won't even go over $1,000. So I have 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom here, and my gym membership is like $120 a month, which is on the higher end here. You can find gyms cheaper than that, but that being said, my survival costs are still around survival, meaning that I won't die. I'll eat every day, and I have somewhere to lay my head, and I have water to drink. Everything that I do myself requires around $1,200 per month. Now I say $4,000 because that's how much it costs for you to survive. But if you drink and you like to hang out and you plan, if you're a single man and you plan on dating women and you don't want to be penny pinching every time and not having money to do nothing, you're gonna want that extra $3,000 in your pocket. You can stretch that the entire month. You don't have to spend $3,000. But being realistic, because some people say, oh, like you can live in Kenya for $2,000 a month. Yeah, you won't be doing nothing. Like the places I go to, a Long Island that I like to drink is like 1,000 shillings. That's $7. So if you drink 2 of those, that's 14. If you want to get something to eat, you got to get the Uber. Oh, also Ubers are very cheap. You can ride a.
Like you say, this is a young single man's game at best. This ain't some man with a family. He ain't talking about kids and all that, school. Nothing, protection, nothing. It's all, him going out drinking, having a good time and eating. And granted, no harm, no foul. Young man with no kids, Godspeed.
My sentiment exactly. I got nothing negative to say about it. Just taking it all in. And hey, I believe that a lot of us should kind of step out on a limb. If there's something greater out there, at least try. You can always come back. Seriously, some of y'all having a hard time over here. And he talking about all his bills he cut, he has said is 1/4 of what it is in the United States. Hey, somebody go F around, find out. If you are childless, especially if you're childless, be brave. Go out into this brave world and report back.
I agree. So here we go. I was able to pull this up. We gotta, and look here. So this was on my rooftop. All right. I took this video. This was where I was staying. Nice place. Had a nice patio. They got all the, metal roofs, and this is it. So it's a solar panel. This is the hot water system.
This is the water.
This is the hot water. So the water is going through the fins in there. So it's going through there's
it's like a radiator.
Pipes going in there, and the water and then it's feeding out. There's an X-Deer on the left corner. You can and then there's one up top where it's going in, then down bottom where it's going out into the house. So you see it up there, up top, the water is in there boiling from the sun and being fed through this solar thing where it's keeping it warm as well. And then it's going into the house from there. And it's coming from a fresh water source. So it's a fresh water source feeding it, and
there we go. Yeah. Can y'all rough it like that? That's wild.
So this is it. This is standard. This is pretty much standard on every property, unless you go into like resorts or richer people who may have a hot water tank. But that's for rich folks in resort life.
I want to touch on this. They can get away with this more lax construction because they don't experience any cold freezing temperatures. Soon as you introduce cold climate to their living situation, it all fails because this is tropical living and only tropical living. With that being said, all the folks that dare to, start a little homestead, do some micro farming, think about warmer climates. You don't have to weather the winter cold. That's a big thing. That's why I say shout out to South Carolina.
Yeah, so this is it here. Yeah, like Mr. Walker said, they don't worry about freezing. The there's water lines everywhere, exposed, running down the side of a house and this and that, just water lines coming up. They don't have to bury them or anything. They ain't got to worry about any freezing. It's a wonderful thing. So it makes stuff like this, you can ingenuity can be very simple.
There you go. Yeah, places where it freezes, for those of you don't know, water lines got to be at least 4 feet deep below the freeze line. Gotta be. But if you in Florida, place like that, those water lines, you can scrape it up with your fingers. Ain't no chance of freezing. Just a little FYI.
So yeah, this was me on top of and the place is nice. Like I said, it's I was in a gated community. I mean, this place was very nice, but this is what you get.
That's it. Hey, makes sense. Cheap.
Yeah, yeah, I guess it's a lot of factors involved that we probably don't know.
Appreciate your OG Richard Media. Says, I spent 3 days in Guatemala City, in Guatemala for business. The hotel has signs posted. Don't go out at night. Don't wear your headphones outside. Don't expose your jewelry in public. See what I'm talking about? They're going to try to snatch Mr. Walker's beads off, man.
Shout out, Richard. Yeah! Boom, shakalaka! That's a real thing. Yeah, if you're out there after dark, be most careful. Unless you on somebody's resort. All right, you're on a resort, you protect it. You money. You can afford to be here. But if you in the jungle, then you in the jungle.
There you go. Abide accordingly.
So here we go. We will be dropping this link here shortly. I'm going to let this go for a minute.
You can ride a 40-minute Uber, so literally for $7 here. So huge difference versus a 20-minute Uber in Dallas is $60. So huge difference. So yes, that's it. In Nairobi, Kenya, and anywhere in the world is through content creation, as you see them now. So I do my own videos. They could be informational, educational videos, vlogs. I host webinars, so that's my YouTube. I also have subscribers that will send donations just for appreciation for the content, etc. I have that, and then I have webinars that I host. I have digital products that I sell, such as travel guides or social playbooks, as I like to call them, but they're actually dating playbooks about certain places around the world, like Nairobi, like Sao Paulo, Brazil, that can give you information to give you a head start. Stuff that people watch me for, I put in digital products. And I also do consultations, and I have a concierge service that I have here. And I also have affiliate markets. I have a few sources of income that allow me to sustain myself, and it's been working for 3 years. With my life in Kenya to the life that I had in the United States. Like I said before, my issue in the States was I always felt lonely. I knew people, but I might as well have not even known them because they were never available because they're either always working or they're recovering from working because they've been working too much, because that's all that matters over there is money and work. Versus here, my issue is not being able to, or I'm just now being able to control myself from stop wanting to hang out all the time every single day, because like I said, you have the opportunity to do that a lot. Talking to women in the States, going on dates was a nightmare. A nightmare. It was so unnatural and unrealistic, and it just didn't seem like there was any benefit. I can imagine there's plenty of young men, especially young men in the States, that are celibate because they know what I'm talking about, and they're not celibate by choice. But here, in most places around the world, but especially here, I'm in high demand. My typical day in Nairobi for me.
Here we go. So now let's get to the kuta kata. Let's get to the brass tacks. Kuta kata. He said, yeah, in America, y'all incels, I'm in demand over here. I can't get enough. He trying to sell y'all something. I don't know.
Yeah. He said he got a whole concierge service. So what is that? You let him know, you contact him, let him know you coming out his way, and he gonna show you the ropes around there. He gonna show you where all the kuta kata at. Cheap kuta kata, expensive kuta kata, dainty kuta kata, huh? All of it. Shout out to that one movie, From Dusk to Dawn. Sounds good, brother. Sounds good, but I ain't gonna hold you. Back in college, I used to take pride in being the best wingman ever. I think I had an award for it. Brother, you don't come across to me like somebody's gonna help a brother that's struggling to get women. I'm not getting that from you. He seemed like the type of guy that just start cock blocking, man. You don't want this. I'm gonna take this one. Good luck tomorrow and just leave you at the bar by yourself.
Shout out to Sister Michelle. She drops a 20 ball in the cash app. She says, Happy New Year's to the Canes. Loving the show.
Happy New Year's and appreciate you, sister.
Yeah! Appreciate that. So here we go. I'm about to drop this link. We want to get y'all thoughts on this. I see y'all in the chat. Going back to Africa. I don't know.
Since I'm a digital nomad and I don't really have a set schedule to work, which I'm fixing that now. I'm actually making myself work and giving myself a job, because if I don't work, there's so much socially to do here. You'll end up hanging out all the time, drinking, especially if you drink. Yeah, you'll drink a lot here because there's so many opportunities to do that. So I'm keeping myself busy. So now I pretty much just go to the gym, I come home, I cook every day, and I'll record content. And on the weekends, let's say Friday, Saturday, Sunday, I don't go to the gym and I'll actually have house parties, or I will meet up with my large network of friends.
Like I said, some of the stuff can get real anecdotal real fast. It works for him. He's a content creator and he does, a lot of vlogging and stuff like that. So he can get away with living anywhere because the AdSense going to come wherever he at in the world. It's all going to add up the same. But for most people, you can't just go there and start putting in applications. Don't work like that. You're going to be somewhere turning big rocks into little rocks for $3 a day. I mean,
listen, again, shout out to the single brothers, man. This brother here, like I said, I ain't got no hate for the brother. Hopefully he's doing well, continue to grow. He a younger brother, so salute to him. But man, like he over there he is putting on like he having the time of his life, having parties. He's a who's who around there, and he ain't the most charismatic guy. Quite the opposite. Respectfully, he ain't suave at all. He is smooth as goddamn cornflakes, and he still is saying that he's getting a desired outcome. If I'm a single guy, I'm taking note. It's worth thinking about. Maybe it's time to go over to Africa and chill with him for a month or two, especially, like I said, if you work from home. If you
not chill with him, yeah. But
that,
that brother we was just talking about the other night, that Floyd guy.
Oh,
I guess they was hanging together. So,
oh, okay. That is news to me.
Yeah, news to me. Yeah, I've been seeing people talk about. I guess Austin introduced that dude to the passport life, allegedly. Don't know.
Absolutely not. Yeah. I redact that last thing about hanging with him. Didn't know that. Yeah, anybody dealing with that Floyd character, yeah, all flims. I wonder how he gonna navigate that. He don't care. That's the thing. Yeah, he wild. That's why y'all keep saying he keep running from places. I don't know. Hopefully the brother stays well and grows up, because this sounds like it ain't gonna end too good. Appreciate your Square Biz. Says, I lived in England for 4.5 years. Great times. I recommend if you have the opportunity to move abroad, do it. That's my sentiment exactly, brother Square Biz. Brothers, if you can, go explore, man.
And there you go. Somewhere like England, that's more westernized, if you will. So be more conveniences.
There you go. I like to go to Ireland. Something like that. Go somewhere. I'm gonna go places someday.
But most times people talk about going to poor countries. Like I said, you're gonna live somewhere like England, that cost of living is still gonna be what it's gonna be.
There you go. Yeah, I was gonna ask that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you ain't staying nowhere for $750. Not there. Yeah, that's like a fashion place, high fashion.
Place that I like to frequent. I actually have my own networking group chats that I link everybody up in that watch my videos, other expats that have been living here, by utilizing social media. And I host gatherings. And we're working on building our own physical community, the same way how the Chinese have a Chinatown. And we're expecting to launch that later this year. Yes, I feel the safest I've felt out of all 28 countries I've been to. Other countries have been just as safe, but here it literally feels like I have nothing at all to worry about. Especially if we factor in racism, which is irrelevant here. Colorism isn't much of an issue I've noticed here either. Maybe for some people personally they feel that way, but I tell people that Nairobi is a very metropolitan city, so there's all types of Africans here. You know, you have Somalians, Eritreans, Ethiopians, people from West Africa, Southern Africa, other parts of East Africa.
So they say Nairobi is like the tech part of Africa, like the Silicon Valley, if you will. Correct me if I'm wrong. I see O'Shea mentioned it the other night. We were covering a video. He was talking about Nairobi, how it's, one of the nicer parts. As you can see, a lot of buildings, infrastructure. So, don't know.
Man, I can see G Honda over here just having this way. Just, taller than dang near everybody, sticking out like a knock-knee sore thumb. G Honda, come on, you single, no kids, brother. When we gonna have one of our legendary infield journalists go ahead and do some real work? Shout out to G Honda. He trying.
So I think that, a cultural melting pot kind of gets rid of those kind of issues. A lot of people assume I have $1 million being a Black American here. They think that we're all rich. I have no clue why that is. If we want to break it down statistically,
look at that watermelon, huh? That's fresh. Got seeds in it.
See, he just touched on something. If you American and you show up looking like an American, they gonna think you rich. And that was my thought. They're gonna treat you real nice. He is getting premium treatment. I ain't mad at it, but acknowledge it.
He got seeds in his watermelon. Say what y'all want. He getting real food, it seems. I don't know.
For sure, I said that. Yeah, about the lettuce. They got to have real food. They ain't manufacture food over there. They ain't got Bill Gates creating all their food like we do. It's something here. I'm sold on the real food. I ain't gonna hold you. I don't know. You got to search far and wide for a seeded watermelon here in the States, and then it tastes like nothing.
we're all rich. I have no clue why that is. If we want to break it down statistically, the Black family household is at the bottom and Indians are at the top of the United States, so I don't know why they think that. But I do feel that we are very welcome and more accepted, especially as opposed to other races that are in the United States that try to come here, because they will face the racism and sort of stereotypes on that end. Before I moved to Kenya, I wish I would have known the right places to go buy furniture at. So I said that this place could be furnished for $2,500. I probably spent 3 times that amount, nearly 3 times, because it was a lot cheaper. The furniture was a lot cheaper than what it would cost in the States. And Kenyans were telling me like, oh no, that's too expensive. I'm like, there's no way. And then I started figuring out where they shop at. And now I'm pissed off because I'm like, oh, now I really could have furnished it for 3 times less. So,
and that's another thing. So you got to be careful just with local pricing. A lot of these countries, they will have prices for the locals and prices for tourists. And they going to know right away from what's coming out your mouth. They're going to listen to you speak. All right. Just simple stuff. They got keys. They're looking at you dressed. they know it. And, you know, they be, oh, tourists, well, that's, you know, $100. But if you're local, it's 50.
Facts. It's that type of carrying on, like Mr. X said, it makes me tentative about going over trying to deal with that. I remember when we went to the Bahamas, and anytime you would give the locals US money, they never ever gave you US money back in change. You hand them $10 of US money, you get your change in island money. All right, you ain't getting them greenbacks back. I realized that real fast and made sure I had exact change. See what I'm saying? Because you hand them of $10, that's more than $10 there. And then they really cheating you by handing you island money. They used to get on my nerves. Like I said, only happened one time. I said, oh, okay. Y'all don't give back American change.
That part. So if you are in another country with somebody that's from there, let them do all the talking for the most part. Obviously, you talking through them, but you don't want to start speaking to people when it come down to business and money. If you got somebody with you that's from there, like I said, let them, hey, go, because they gonna you a mark.
And if you like me and you not much of a haggler, you ain't for you. Yeah, you got to be willing to haggle. You don't accept that first price. See, if you ain't built for that, you're gonna get took like he did.
I wish I would have known, and that's the importance of actually connecting with somebody that is connected with the locals. You know, you have to utilize a network. A network is very important when moving out of the country. The chances of back to the United States are slim to none. I don't give a damn if a war broke out. I would go to Uruguay or I would go to Paraguay. I would not go back home. So if you're running from something and you find it somewhere else, and I hate to say running from something because then people are going to try to say something's wrong with me or I'm crazy or something, but once you find peace, let's say somewhere else, and you go back. For example, I went back last April, and that was after, this is me already knowing I'm not the problem because I've been to so many places. I'm like, I'm not having these issues I had there. And then I go back and I'm like, nothing has changed for sure. And if anything, it's gotten even worse. Me being aware of that, because some people would like say, oh, it's because you were young or you needed to mature. Yeah, okay, I grew my hair out. I have a beard now. You know, 2 years have went by. I've matured growing because traveling matures you faster just because of exposure. And yeah, this is the same. So I'm like, yeah, I'm starting to break out again. I'm starting to feel stressed out and just like mood swings because I can't figure out what's wrong with these people here. So there were certain habits, and I can't really put my finger on it, but I can feel the difference. And people that watch me say this, but they just generalize it as maturing.
Listen, I think, you know, guys like him, and he ain't over there for anything serious. It's like a playground, if you will. So he has more fun there. There's too much responsibility here in America. He got to be an adult. The cost of living, he got to go to work. He got, you know what I mean? It's too much responsibility. He want to be somewhere where he can live free and party and go out and do his thing. Granted, like I said, you're a young man, dude, but it's not an older man's game. Like you got a family or whatever the case. Because a lot of the older guys are over there looking for wives that we've seen. So shout out to them. But he's over there. It's a real passport, bro. He's over there doing that.
And I listen. I believe some of the primary pushback with this brother was the whole if you're lame in the States, you're gonna be lame across seas. I'm not sitting here calling this brother lame, but y'all hear him talking. Like that's the disconnect for me. He over there, and it is what it is. He started doing all this traveling, is my understanding, chasing Kudakite he couldn't get here in the States. As he stated earlier, dating in the States is terrible. You ain't dating over there. See, say that you're not dating over there. You paying for Kudakata. Whether you buying them liquor and hosting parties. See what I'm saying? Stop. Back in college, that's the easiest way to get some female attention. Host a party with liquor. It's done. All you gotta do is not ruin it. And that's exactly what he doing. Partying damn near every day and paying for Kudakata, either directly or indirectly.
Yeah. So he's been over there. I think he's running from his mom and all. Y'all remember? I don't know if we ever showed the video. I think we did. His mom is a whole, you know, one of these king auntie harlots. His mom be hitting on younger men, trying to screw his friends. I think his brother is zesty. Y'all remember we showed the video. It was a nightmare. The chat was stomping his mom out. The video I was watching, and she was on screen acting all ratchet, acting like Tia Kemp, Rick Ross baby mama, like just ignorant.
He ran from his existence. I ain't mad at him. Yeah, see, he did not have the privilege and luxury of throwing parties and having women and the cool kids, cool folks come to his place and want to chill with him. But in Africa, not hating, he a cool kid. He got money. He the cool American. And they feel inclined to come and entertain him because of that. I ain't mad at the angle, but acknowledge it, Ninja.
There's certain behaviors or viewpoints I had about the world because of a lack of exposure. I had already been exposed to 2 countries by then, or 3 by then, but the amount of experience I have now has matured me. So if you go to different societies around the world and certain problems follow you, then you know that maybe that's something you need to self-reflect on. Now, if you go to one place and it's like this, then that might not be you. That might just be that how that culture is in that place. But if it's following you to 28 countries, then you know, okay, maybe I need to work on this. That's why I say that traveling matures you, because you get an exposure of how the world and how people think differently around the world, how you need to be more patient, and you need to learn to listen. A lot of people don't listen. You need to open your mind, and traveling does that. Yeah, my confidence is on 10 now that I'm in Africa. Africa has definitely not changed me, but it has made me more. I figured out who I am to the fullest now. Like, I'm at a point, I'm not gonna say you can't tell me anything, but like, yeah, there's certain stuff, like, I'm just not gonna, when people speak negatively about me, I'm like, yeah, no, I've had too many of the opposite experiences.
And that's why I would say the jury is out. He gonna say whatever he got to say to save face. He ain't gonna sit up here and paint no negative pictures. We just gotta let it play out. If it's wonderful and it works out for him, great. But only time will tell. You know, whatever coming out his mouth right now don't matter, because time got to do his thing. He talking about it's great, you know, best place I've ever been. I ain't never going back to America. All this stuff. Let's see.
That's that part. That's one of my favorite sayings. Time will let us know every time, you know, whether we are right or wrong. Let time play out. But right now it sounds good. I still stand on what I said earlier. If you are a young single guy or even woman, shout out to the modern women out here. Go and see what it's like. I truly believe we need more data. It sounds enticing, even to a married man like me, as far as my family. My wife brought that up, talking about moving abroad. I ain't gonna lie, the concept idea seems daunting. My first thought being a man and husband is security, and I can't guarantee much. Can you get toolies over there? I need at least 10. Start there. Before I land over there and plant my flag in the soil, I need like a John Wick setup. Yeah, I need all that.
I think that every Black American should come here or Africa in general, because number one, you are in a society that's predominantly Black versus the vice versa in the United States. So the way how politics and the economics work changes everything, in the social aspect as well. If I was living in the United States right now and I never decided to travel to Brazil for the first time and I was not a YouTuber, I don't know how happy I would be, because it's not getting.
What you talk about, Project Leroy? He says all ninjas need to come to Africa because it's mostly Black folk. All right, what we talking about, huh?
I'm going to go someday. I want to experience the culture. I ain't living. Yeah, like, I'm not on that train. I understand his position. This brother was having a very, very hard time over here in the States. Let's identify that first. He wasn't having a good time here and was bored. He, like y'all said, Divine Photos, Project Leroy, he was running. His mama embarrassing him. He ain't cool. Y'all call him Rainbow Coalition. Kuda Cat was not on his radar. So he ran across seas and started paying in the dark. And now he got some ego. Now he got some pride about him. Look, men's ego is a result of their accomplishments. He's an accomplishing guy of some Kuda. However he got it, don't be mad. Don't be jealous.
Better, as I told you before, I would see myself still trying to work on that credit stuff that they had got over there. Still burning money, not really wanting that. I even stopped cooking because it cost the same amount for me to cook as it did to eat out. So it's literally like being on a hamster wheel. Like, you had to be making a lot of money, like a lot of money to be like I remember I told people I was making 10 grand a month cutting hair, and they were like, "Oh, I would be doing vacations." No, you're not. You won't be doing anything. you won't. You know, the hotels are $150, $200 a night for the ones that you really want to stay in. I mean, how many days can you get? I have a friend that's in the United States right now, and he's got a job that's paying him almost double of his usual salary, but he only gets 2 weeks off per year. So again, yeah, you're making more money, but I mean, who cares? You're not doing nothing. So I can see myself being in a, I probably wouldn't like myself, let's say that. Or I wouldn't like my life.
So that's what he was doing before the YouTube, you know. I guess he was a barber in Texas and Dallas. Talk about he's making what, 10 grand a month? That what he said?
That's what he said. 10 wax a month. I guess.
I don't know. So much cap in his rap, and can't nobody cross-reference or check it. So
yeah, 10K a month as a barber. Folks only move when they're uncomfortable. 10K a month as a barber, that ain't uncomfortable.
That's 120. That's 120,000 a year.
You ain't walking away from that. I don't know. See, I'm so tired of this. Maybe he made it 1 month. See what I'm saying? Maybe he was in Texas. Maybe 1 month. Slim Thug and Paul Wall, all them ninjas came through. I don't know, but ain't no way he did that for a solid year and walked away. Like, that's $120,000 barber money. A lot of that's cash under the table. Stop the cap.
That ain't that much. What's that, y'all? 10,000 a month. Do the math. That's 2,500 a week. You work 5 days a week. That's $500 a day. $500 a day, 5 days a week.
That's awesome.
Is that possible with my barber? Where you at, J-Ro?
$500 a day. Yeah. $500 a day.
Y'all know me. I'm literal with it. So.
Yeah. And it ain't every day. Absolutely not. No. They say 150 to 250 a haircut.
Do 2 cuts a day. Shout out to the brother that was on the Kundra. He was down there. He said, I do celebrity cuts. You know, he talking about how he made a bunch of money. You know, he said he don't do a couple cuts. I guess it depends what you charge. I don't know.
There you go. Come on, chat. What y'all paying for a haircut nowadays? Let me see if my barber overcharging me. What y'all paying? Put it in the chat. I heard some folks paying $100 for a haircut. I'm going to miss extra cut my hair. Y'all start charging $100. I'm gonna have a ball head.
Oh, there we go. This is wild.
In the next 5 years, I still see myself living in Nairobi. That could change, but based off all the experience that I've had, I don't see myself going anywhere else. I see myself connecting thousands more Black Americans here with our community that we're building, and I see myself staying here long term to be.
So maybe we off base then. I see y'all $50 a haircut. What's that? 10 cuts. 10 cuts a day at $50. That's $500 a day. That'll give you 10 grand a month. You're doing 10 heads a day. Yeah.
10 heads. That's possible. 50. I want to say with the tip. See what I'm saying? That tip typically they cash app and everything now. See, that's the thing too. Be kind to your barber. Yeah, I do my best to take in I only carry cash for my barber. I'm not about to sit here and cash app you that. That's me. I'm saying get his cash, brother. Never happened. There you go. 10 heads a day, not every day. Cut the cap. Yeah, ain't no way. Y'all ain't that discipline on your feet all
maybe
day.
like going like prom season or something like that, you know.
Yeah.
You had a bunch of cuts. You was here all night.
There you go. And then you tired, man. They be exhausted. My barber say, you don't want that last cut. I done cut 15 heads. You don't want to be cut number 50.
The leader of that resource in this community. I'm a firm believer that everything is the way how it's supposed to be. So I don't think that I would change anything in Africa or Kenya. Now, don't take that literally. I'm not saying that there's no issues or the issues that are here are not a big deal. I just realized that Africa is a developing continent. So every country in Africa is developing. And that could be with their justice system, their infrastructure, the political system, whatever it is. If you guys know history, a little over 100 years ago, we had something called the Industrial Revolution in the United States. And back then, kids were working in a factory at 5 years old. The same way how they're working in the Congo at 5 years old. So even the United States has had all these same issues, just like corruption in Africa. You could pay a cop $10 and like they'll do a lot for $10. You used to be able to do that in the United States too. You can still do it, but it's like literally like strictly the super elites can do that. But in Africa, it's more accessible. It used to be like that in the United States as well. So I just say let it run its course. To give somebody that's watching this video right now, if you are watching, make sure you do your research before you move to Kenya. Do not, I've already made all the mistakes. Like I said, overpaying for certain stuff, not understanding how stuff works here socially. There's a lot of things I could have avoided that took experience.
Yeah, I don't know what dots he was trying to connect. Like, yeah, one day Kenya gonna be a superpower, like the United States. It's just a process. No, some of these countries have been down for a long time. Like, it's not an evolution. I mean, granted, infrastructure can be advancing, but come on now, you talking about the US, put some spec on it.
Real rap now. Shout out to Africa. Shout out to the motherland. Shout out to the cradle of civilization. That's what's up, man. But yeah, we ain't about to compare nothing over here in the States, to nothing over there. Totally different. Like you said, we had chattel slavery. They got blood diamonds. Yeah, it's wild. Like, I don't know what he was getting into. But I tell you what, I see that big old football stadium. Football. Yeah, there you go. I know them events be live. Now we talking. That's the culture I'm talking. I want to experience some deep-rooted culture, and also that, like, I know them games be live. They be lit in them soccer stadiums. I'm sorry, football.
Experience. So I would take the shortcut and connect with somebody, book a consultation with someone that is in Kenya that offers that service to give you a rundown of your FAQs that you have. If you're in the United States and you are experiencing high cost of living and you want to figure out how can you get out of that hamster wheel system that they got there, it seems like you never can actually get ahead. You can, obviously, because people have done it, but the majority of people watching this feel like they understand what I'm saying when they feel like you can never get ahead. One thing a lot of people don't understand about being in a developing nation like Kenya is there's stuff that we have easy access to in the United States that you can make yourself sustainable just by realizing that those products or services are not available in a place like Kenya. You can bring them from the United States. They want you to bring them from the United States, and you can make your own business without even really having that much of an effort. Vice versa. There's certain products that I've seen out being sold on the street here in Nairobi, and I asked them how much they want for that. They say they want 4,000 shillings, and I'm picking it up, and I'm like, wait, 4,000 shillings is like $30. I can go back to the United States, or I can ship this back, and I can charge $250, and nobody would even question it. And those are ways that you can make yourself sustainable. And those are things that I do as well. And I help other people do to make themselves sustainable in a place like Kenya.
Well, like you say, good luck anymore with the tariffs and everything. So it sounds good. Don't be selling people up the river. Oh.
Yeah, he talking about shipping stuff. Again, that sounds awesome. But what's the steps? You got to know somebody at the dock. There a lot of politics. You talking about commerce, across seas commerce. Sounds awesome. I'm not saying it doesn't. And I see how he's connecting the dots with the popcorn and other things. You can get it. You got connections in the States that the African locals don't have, or the language in the States. So it is a thing. But more details, I guess that's probably in his seminars and classes, huh?
That's all. It sounds good. Show us the numbers, show us the receipts. If you're going to be talking like this, you have to pull receipts. That's how you're going to get some respect. But because there have been too many people before him, you ain't reinventing the wheel. Shout out to Akon and all the brothers. There have been lots of men go to Africa. There's the powers that be, they will stop anything you're trying to do in mass. Now, you might be able to send an iPad back and resell it, granted. But you ain't about to send a crate full or a container full.
That's my point. You really think you, by your lonely self, about to be at the dock like, yeah, that's my container, like you said, of iPads, and you ain't about to get the attention of the underbelly? Good luck. They gonna tax you. And it don't work. Sounds awesome, but like you said, show receipts like Peach McIntyre. Peach would have been up here with receipts. You wouldn't have had to speculate nothing. Shout out to Peach.
And a lot of people have recognized that I am going through a process of rebranding because my content is completely different. And I'm showing people that in my free time, some people watch my videos, they think all I do is drink and talk to women, which, yes, I'm 26. That's what were you doing as a 26-year-old man? Especially if you had the...
And that's what I will give him grace. He is a young man. He's figuring it out. But he got ulterior motives. I see Rashad talking about he's promoting himself. So He giving tour guides. He's selling courses. So he got to make this all sound great if I'm gonna get you to pay me for a course and to learn what you think I may know as such a young man, right? So, granted.
We go. I like everything he says. However, man, whenever he started talking about, I'm talking to women, like it sounds so awkward, man. It just don't. Like, I don't know. Change the way you said it. I'm talking to women. I'm like, it sounds like you've been delivered. Respectfully.
Freedom that I have. A lot of people don't understand that as well. I don't have to work. I don't have to be anywhere. And I have remote income. And I'm living in places that are a quarter of the cost of what it cost me to live in the United States. So when you combine all that together, what else would you have been doing with your free time at 26? But that's irrelevant. Anyway, a lot of people need to become more open-minded and actually do your own research before you make an assumption about someone. But always, I just ask everybody to be patient. I'm learning in this life just as you did. I started this when I got on camera at 23. I'm 26 now. And I'm not here to convince anybody anything either. So either you're here with me or not, but I'm doing the best I can.
And that's what I'll say. He's such a sketchy character. It's just too hard for me to get on board. We'll see as he gets older. He's a young man. He got a lot of maturing to do.
That's all. And he touched on that. He stated that folks told him to mature. And he said he did mature. He said, I grew my hair. I grew my beard. I traveled. He said traveling makes you mature faster. I don't know how true the heck that is. But, yeah, so we're going to see. He 20. By the time he's 30, 29, 30, we should start to see a shift in that brother. Godspeed to him. Hopefully he's still here with us. We don't know what the future brings, and it's wild out there. Appreciate you, brother. Odd Job says, good evening, panel. What I have learned from the old movie Knockoff with Jean-Claude Van Damme, overseas commerce is mostly illegal, and very seedy person or mafia got their hands in it. That's my understanding as well, man. Thank you. Like he just said, he said you can give a cop $10, have them do whatever they want, whatever you want. You telling me one of these underbelly folks will sit there, hand a couple cops $50 and be like, make sure that shipment come to my warehouse. What you gonna do? It's only your little American self. What you about to do? Strong arm somebody? No.
Yeah, wicked work.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
So here we go. We dropped the link in the chat. Y'all welcome to come up.
Right now, my message to you is to actually expand your mind and just take a short vacation somewhere else. And I'm not saying go somewhere where you, like in Mexico, and I know not all Mexico is, but don't go to wherever that place is people go to in Mexico where they just stay at the resort. Go somewhere where it will be a culture shock for you and see how that affects your entire life. Because that's what changed me, was a culture shock. A culture shock changes everything, literally. And for people that are still watching me, if you have not given Nairobi, Kenya a visit, give it a visit. I'm speaking more of my actions more than words. I've been to 28 countries. You guys know I love Brazil. If it wasn't for Kenya, I'd love Brazil as my number one, but Kenya is number one because I found it here. So
yeah, not Brazil no more. Not after Floyd. Floyd done messed it up. All right, y'all down bad in Brazil. So, man.
Y'all ruined it. Yeah, one of the hijacked passport movement individuals, this Floyd Lloyd brother, yeah. That had to leave a nasty taste in the local's mouth. Those cops was holding that brother out that hotel room, had him cuffed, and had the toolie on him. I would be very careful being a melanated American brother over there trying to enjoy the party life. Yeah, like I said, machete to the back of your neck. No, thank you. How you doing, Sister Ebony D?
I'm good. How you doing, fellas?
Awesome.
We're going home. We're going home, Ebony. We're going home.
Now, you know what? I'm all for him traveling and seeing the world, and everybody go see the world. I'm just good on moving and just hearing about the story of is it Joshua Anthony or Anthony Joshua? I don't know.
They got to the car accident yesterday.
Yeah. And there was no EMT or no ambulance, no hospital close by, and those people checked out. They didn't make it. So I would say just look for
People got muted?
Yeah, you have to look at the story. It was people in his crew that passed away, and it's unfortunate because they were in a remote place that didn't have hospitals and EMT and all that. So
I see it. They had like local people trying to pull him out the car. Yeah, the locals were there trying to help him.
right, there was no EMT. So I would say make sure that you were in proximity of a hospital and that you have access to health care or know the costs of what healthcare is going to be if you're going to be over there for extended periods of time. For dentists and all that is important because that can be an extra charge. And sometimes in other countries, you have to pay out of hand for any of these services. So I would just look into it. Make sure that the police station is close by and know people. That's what I would recommend. But definitely go off and see the world. But as for me and mine, we're not leaving the country for good. We'll vacation, but we'll come right back home and keep fighting the good fight. So
Amen. My sentiment exactly. I used to wonder, am I supposed to move? Where am I supposed to be on this orb we call Earth? And I'm pretty sure it is the United States. I do believe it is enriching and fulfilling to go and travel if we got the luxury and privilege to do so. But yeah, I'm gonna keep my flag planted on American soil where my ancestors bled out at. Yeah, I ain't going nowhere. That's for daggone sure.
yeah, and you know what? Traveling is beautiful and it's amazing, but I've been to a lot of places, not everywhere, but I've been to a lot of places. But I always want to go back home after a week or two. Like I'm like, this is all good and everything, but I need to go back. Like there's a lot going on, and sometimes safety is an issue depending on where you go. So I like to go back home where there's like functioning everything, and I know where everything is working properly, and I don't have to worry about stuff. So that's kind of what I subscribe to, and
They said we too scary. You can say what you want. I don't call it scary. Listen here, it's safe. Listen here. Y'all ain't seen Taken? Y'all ain't seen Hostel? Like, come on, man. Ain't anybody scared? Listen here. When we was in the Bahamas, then we ended up at the end of a bus line. My wife had found this beach called Love Beach we went to, but it was at the very end of the bus line. You go any further, you off the beaten path going into the daggone jungle. And we was out there bull jiving, and it got late. And we waiting at the bus stop, and it was like it was a wedding going on. They said, hey, y'all about missed the last bus. And I was sitting there with a sharp stick in my head, like, I don't know what we about to do, but luckily a bus came. But it's safety, man. Ain't about being scared. Safety first, safety always.
yeah, always be safe and make sure that you have like a point of contact or know people that can really look out, even if you have to pay them. I don't mind coming out of pocket, sliding somebody a couple $100 to make sure I'm straight or however much is going to cost. Just make sure I'm good while you're here, and I'll kick you off your little rent money. I think he said it was $700 for about my life. I'll run you the 700, but you need to bring Bubba Tunde and all them over and make sure that I'm good when I go out to the club and make sure I get back to the hotel safe.
Amen.
Yes, I was going to say, because the language barriers is a real thing. That's something people really don't understand, like Mr. Walker hitting on. It's not the fact that it's scary. It's just, it's that barrier. So we can't even communicate. In the moment I get to talking, you're going to hear this English and this American accent, and you're going to start thinking things. Why this American out here after dark and this and that? And they don't speak English, and it's just a barrier. And
shout out to y'all that grew up in nice neighborhoods. Y'all don't understand these type of politics. I get it. That's fair. Enjoy y'all beautiful world that ain't so scary.
Yeah, and you guys are right. It's just all about being safe. I remember when I went to Jamaica, we were at the club, and at the time Sean Paul was the big thing, and we were listening to all the American Jamaican, reggae type songs. But then when it was like 3:00, they put on their reggae that we didn't know, and they were all getting all rowdy, and I was like, yeah, it's time to go. We don't even know what they're talking about in this music. Before it was wind on me and do all that, I don't know what they're talking about. It's time to go. So there'll be clues, and you just need to go along with the clues. Get yourself some Appleton rum if you're in Jamaica, and go back to the room and have your own party. That's what you do.
Appleton Estates, there go right.
Yes.
Yes. You see them in there going boop, 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 and bumbling clot, pulling out fake firearms with their fingers. You like, it's time to go. Anytime somebody in the club doing this, it's time to go.
I don't know enough people. Y'all don't. I remember me and my buddy play for the Colts. We in this gentleman's club, and we in there having a good time. Whole bunch of NFL players. We having a good time. These are brutes. And then the local D-boy walked in. He didn't get checked. Thule on his hip, his entourage. All of these 250-pound athletes got their ass up, and we all left. Yeah, it ain't about being scared. So ain't got no time for this madness. You got it. Your ignorance and your desperation outweighs mine. You win. I'm going home.
Here's the thing. Like I said, anywhere. If you was inside of, Applebee's or something, and a bunch of white folks start listening to heavy metal and start mosh pitting, we getting the hell up out of here.
Right. Or that you see them pull up with the Confederate truck and all their flags and stuff flying. Yeah, it's time to go. You just need to know.
Not for Mr. Walker. It ain't. Now it's time for Mr. Walker to pull up his feet. Mr. Walker want to sit next to him now.
Okay.
You got the wrong one.
Okay.
Yeah, we're going to have a conversation. What that flag mean to you, Billy Bob?
Yeah, see, I already know what it is, and I'll take my black ASS home, and
As a
I
lady
want to live to
should.
see another day.
As a lady should. It's ignorance. I acknowledge it. It's ignorance. Yeah, I could be ignorant too. It's bold. You gonna come around here with that flag? I can't tell you the things I used to do to folks that had the flags in college. It was a guy on our team that thought he could rock that, and I was team captain. Man, I can't disclose what happened to that, brother. You tripping, ninja?
Right.
That part. But nonetheless, it's a real thing. So right now, all right, we talking about where we at here. We built America. Now they want us to go. Give us free. They trying to kick us out with the Somalians. The hell with that. I don't know where they came from. We been here, Ebony.
Yep. And you know what? We didn't have to go off and steal $9 billion plus more, because the tally is adding up and the states are getting stapled on. So far, I think they've done 2 cities, but I know there's some more cities where they're at, because they are deep here in Washington as well. So they're going to get to the bottom of everything. But yeah, we're not.
Didn't they say this land was given to them by Jesus? This is biblical.
That's what they said. And they were also online stating that we're here to work for them, and they don't have to do anything, and we're here to serve them. So they got a nice reminder about what America really is about. And you can't just be scamming and doing all that. So they need to go back and pay the consequences just like everybody else. And I do think that the country needs to tighten up on the money that's given, because that could have been some of our reparations. And if they get to the bottom of all these states, they could have rounded up that 20 trillion that we all need. So I don't know. We'll just look into it and we'll see. But this country does have money for us to get our reparations. Just know that, because if they're dishing it out like that, we can get our money.
And I agree. Cut the daggone check they did for these Somalians. It says total federal funds approximately $18 billion in federal money was provided to 14 Minnesota programs since 2018. Half or more of which a federal prosecutor alleges may have been stolen. Holy
fake
cow.
news. Fake news. Fake news. I don't believe it. What you got, Triple X? I know you coming with the facts. What you got, brother?
Lex, how you doing, brother?
Hey, what's going on? Shout out to everybody on the panel. Gavin X, Mr. Walker, Ebony Dean, the Queen. What's going on? How y'all doing?
We're good. Happy New Year's.
Same to you. Happy holidays, everybody.
Yep.
Yeah, as far as all this passport board drama is concerned, yeah, man. Austin, he know what time it is. He's already been ran out of Brazil before. If you've been following his escapades since the beginning, he's been ran out of Brazil. He's ran into trouble in Africa. I think he ran into some trouble over in Thailand too. Look, I don't know. The passport bros seem to move as if people in those countries aren't watching these videos.
Right.
They act like they're just out there participating in these things, posting it, and only the people back in the U.S. are watching this. Like the guys in Brazil specifically got defensive and got aggressive toward him because those videos were kind of trying to paint, even though he may have meant it indirectly, were painting their women in kind of a negative light, and they got real defensive about that. You know, I think something similar happened in one of the Africa countries he was in. I'm not sure if it was Tanzania or what, but he got a real negative reaction because of that. They don't want their women painted in that light, and you know, they're going to be very protective. You know, it's a different culture. It's not like over here.
Well, let me ask you this.
Go ahead.
We seen the beginning of the video.
Yeah.
He moved over here. Would you ever consider it? He said $750 a month. All right, 2-bedroom. I mean, nice digs.
Yeah, I'll say this. It looks affordable. I don't know if I want to live in, respectfully, what would be considered a third world country compared to where we're at. I know I wouldn't have the same opportunities and stuff. I think this will benefit a retiree that's single, and he may be on a trick mission, you know, and he definitely not a Mac, you know, a player or whatever, you know, and damn sure ain't no pimp, you know. Pause. I got to watch my language up there. Pause. He's not a player. We'll say that. I could see this benefit the sunshine shoulder type of brother. You know, I could see this, and he got his chip stacked up. He's retired. He was a welder, you know, or whatever. I could see him rocking with this, but a true to the game player, I mean, man, a guy that's really trying to play for the big cake. Nah, man, you know, you can get a few crumbs over there, but the big business ain't over there. Also, I want to say this, and then I'm gonna concede the floor. Whenever brothers from America was trying to put together something in DR business wise, DR guys got together and said, "We shutting it down." Yeah, so they ain't gonna let you have. Ain't about to be a group of FBA brothers going over there, getting nothing cracking, and y'all gonna be millionaires and those guys. That ain't happening.
Thank you. Sure, that's what I'm thinking. Like, if you are, you're gonna have to develop relationships, and you have to grease palms. Everybody got to eat. Like, you ain't about FBA ain't about to move over there. You know, 3, 4, 5 guys, 10 guys.
Yeah,
and
not 30 guys ain't about to do it. Yeah.
Yeah, they gonna come knocking. It's gang-ish. They gonna come, hey, y'all moving these iPads. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We need a cut. Yeah.
You basically will have to, you only could go about it 2 ways. And you made a good point, Mr. Walker. You have to go over there with something that would hugely benefit them. Like if you had your, you know, I'm an engineer, so I look at it from a technical perspective. You had your communication company jumping off, your IT company, and you were looking to do partnership or something like that, then you know, and it's beneficial to Brazil and guys over there, then they can speak to their guys and say, hey, man, these guys are bringing a lot over here. You know, you got to let these guys, you got to let them rock, because Lex can pack this up and go home, you know, and that, or you're going to have to go over there with 300-400 guys and get an area and be like, hey, we moving as an army. You know, otherwise, but you're gonna have to do one or the other. Otherwise, it ain't gonna work.
Yeah, then they gonna move like an army in on you. See, I would like to see, like you said, brother Lex. I would like to see a brother with some charisma, suave, go over here. I want to hear his experience. Because, like I said, shout out to this brother here, but I'm not believing a lot of stuff of what he's saying. No. And like he get ran out of the places. He just
he didn't get ran up out of places and stuff. Like. Listen, I watch Austin. I know when a brother got some game about himself. You know, respectfully, if you listen to Freeze's It, Simple to P, you know they talking to some women what time it's gonna be, man. Where they could be on planet Mars. It could be alien girl with 3 legs. The game is the game, man. You know what you got in front of you. These ain't game guys, man. Yeah, respectfully.
You need to go watch American PIMP. All right, wasn't that the movie? Every time I used to go to my buddy's house back in the day, that movie would be on the TV like a radio station.
Yeah.
Right. he would just recycle it. I'm like,
Look,
"Hey, you
I
watching
got
this
this
guy?"
from my mom and my uncles. Like, I can't stress that enough. Like, they didn't teach us how to be husbands, how to be loyal, but man, they taught you how to move around women. It just was what it
Yeah.
was. To it, and it was perverted because you're young as heck, and they
Yeah.
you 7, 8 years old. Hey, talking about what you do to a woman, wild stuff. But yeah, it's either in you or it ain't.
Yeah. Exactly. I couldn't agree more.
Yeah, I can see that the only advantage that he could possibly have above other people who go there for employment is the fact that if people know that he is making videos about being in the country, because they know that he can reach out to a wider audience and that can bring tourism. So he might have a little protection because of that. But that's the only thing that I could really think of.
Yeah.
Like we said, travel, do what you do, but just do it with caution and just study and look into everything before you make your final move. So, but he might have some protection because of that. Because if he reports or doesn't come back and don't nobody know what happened to him, then the whole tourism thing is questionable and people might not want to go back.
There you go. Facts.
I agree.
Appreciate you. Better believe me. Says Austin is the one that brought Floyd to YouTube. Ooh, that's heavy. Appreciate you, Square Biz. Says give us our restitution.
Shout out to Ebony Dean, sponsoring the show and pulling up on us. She dropped 25 in the Cash App. She says, shout out to Truth Over Lies, episode number 20. Salute.
Appreciate y'all glistening, sister. Always supporting.
I forgot I said that. That was a long time ago.
Appreciate you. Yeah, we got a little behind there.
Yeah.
But shout out to Ebony Dean, sponsoring the show. And there we go. We dropped the link in the chat. We see some of y'all in the chat. Come on up. Y'all got questions? Come on up. Hit the link. All right. We ain't shy. We don't bite. So come on up.
Yeah, where the sisters at? Shout out to Sister Ebony Dean. Since we have been doing Truth Over Lies, Ebony Dean is the only sister that come up. Probably because I think Raquel busy, this day, her time of day. Come on up. Where y'all at? Y'all scared? Come up here and let Triple X woo y'all. Come on up here.
Yeah. I see some of y'all in the chat. Come on up. All right.
Yeah, because there's a lots of opinions in the chat. Come on up and voice your opinion. All opinions are welcome, and we're friendly up here. We accept everybody's opinion. So
OG, them hats is clean as heck, Richard. Man, them hats clean, man.
Hey, Mr. Walker, Gavin X, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Triple X, Ebony Dean.
Salute.
So, I do have a question. So, Triple X, you made some good points there, and the chat was definitely on point. And my question direct is, for you're a young man, would you consider going to some country in Africa to live, relocating?
Myself, I would probably say no. If I could kind of carve out a unique niche in a specific spot in Africa, I mean, I could maybe see myself having a smaller spot over there, but me like permanently relocating over there, I would say no, because for the type of business and what my goals and stuff was, it wouldn't align for me personally, for where I'm at in the game. Yeah.
All right. And how about you, Miss Ebony Dean?
I would absolutely not leave and move to any other country but our own until we can get all the things figured out here. I feel like this is our country. This is our land, and our ancestors fought for us to have this land. We built this country. So this is home to me. And like I said, I love to travel, but I always like to come back home.
Yes,
I agree with that. I think we got unfinished business here, OG Richard. That's I like. Yeah, I think we got unfinished business here. I think Ebony D almost said that. Like, I ain't going nowhere. Got stuff to do.
Yeah, I like what Triple X Ebony Dean and that other young man, I can't think of his name, about 3 weeks ago, we're talking.
Not
it
a
was
Mel.
spot
He
on.
had a mailbox Sports.
No, the young guy is
10. The
J
brother
something or
10.
K something.
The brother, I thought 10.
Coy, was it Coy or Cole?
There you go. That's it. Yes.
Okay.
Or
Yes.
Coley.
Yeah.
I
Coy.
forgot his name.
But you know who I'm speaking of, because they were talking about, we just need to stay here. I heard someone earlier mention about going back to Africa. That's only for the people who are African Americans who came here as immigrants.
Yeah.
Okay. My people have always been here. I mean, I can trace my family tree in history back to 1848 or something like that through records and family Bibles from my mother's side and partly on my father's side in Mississippi. So, I'm quite sure other people can do the same.
Well, let
no
me
matter
ask you
where
this.
they live.
Let me ask you this. Is Africa not the cradle of civilization?
Well, that's for all people.
Okay.
That's for all people on this earth.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Even if you live in England as a Caucasian, even if you live in well, maybe not Russia because there's some different people, but that's for all people. So there's no, when the way I look at it here in America, when someone says to someone else, you need to go back to your country, that's because they're talking to those Irish and those Italians and those English and those, those Polish people that came to America in the 1920s, escaping whatever they was escaping from, whether it was crime or poverty.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That sign that plaque on the Statue of Liberty means something to them. It don't mean anything to me. Okay. All right. So no, when you tell me go back to Africa, it's like, that's not where I'm from. There's nothing for me to go back to. If anything, I need to go back to Mississippi because that's where my people are from. So, so anyway, I think that this Austin guy, as I said in my chat, is drumming up business so he can attract the attention of these young Black Americans, okay, to come over, and then he'll be the tour guide to help them navigate around the different parts of the city. And if they stay, then he can help them navigate the economy, but it's a cost to that. Okay, just like you said, Gavin X, buy my course, get my book, subscribe to my YouTube channel, and blah, 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 blah.
He said he got a whole concierge
it's a big
service, OG. Concierge service.
Yeah, it's a big grip for him because he needs to make money. All right. He like Lex said. Lex said he's technical, right? He's technically savvy. And I'm technical. I'm an old guy though. But if you don't have some type of skills that you can present to the country or even something that you can help assist the country, like engineering or software development or even in pharmaceuticals,
right?
Then you're not.
They
welcome.
don't
want you.
Yeah, you're not welcome. Exactly. And you know what, Richard? That goes hand in hand. It's funny you mentioned that guy from 3 weeks ago. It was a big debate up here. It probably got a little bit more heated than I should have allowed it. So, another thing, my apologies to Gavin X and Mr. Walker. That probably, I should have probably handled that a little bit more level-headed.
Oh, you good, brother?
That was very annoying because for me, we have no friends. We have no friends. At the end of the day, FBAs are simply the most accepting group of people on the face of the earth. Right. Yes. You ain't going if there was anywhere on the face of the earth by now that was just open, specifically for our people, we'd be over there. The word would have been out a long time ago. It's been a long time. We'd be over there. In Norway, if it was an FBA coalition and they like, hey, come on over here. We ain't even on all that white black stuff. We love you guys. We fool with you guys.
Right.
Come on over here. You think we wouldn't be over there?
Facts. True.
Yeah, we wouldn't be over there. We'd be heavy over there.
Heavy. Yeah.
Heavy. Like people are looking. I understand what the brother was saying, but he's missing the boat. At the end of the day, you will only achieve those things in two different ways. You have to move as a unit, have your money together, and attack politics like that, or you have to be bringing something to the table, like I said, in that other country that's a benefit to that country. And they like, hey, we don't have this technology here. If we go at these guys, he's going to pack up and leave. You know, grace has to be extended. Otherwise, it ain't going to happen. They see us as a threat. And one of the other reasons the blacks in other countries have an issue with us, they know if they open the door, there's a good chance it may get taken over by us.
Right.
You know, they don't want that. They don't want Burkina Faso to be taken over by us. They look at it like that's their land. They don't want Tanzania to be taken over. You think we won't take it over? We got the money to do so. We got the drive to do so.
Yeah.
Yeah, say what you want about the women, and with all due respect, I love the women. But about the combative nature, these are FBA black women are some of the most hardworking, grindingest women it is. Hey man, between them and the brothers, they're up into African country quick. In case you didn't know, man, that thing will be completely upended.
You know, that's what the Jamaican said, brother Lex. This Jamaican brother was criticizing his people.
Yeah,
he said folks are complaining that the Asians came to Jamaica and start outworking them. He was like, I gotta keep it real. He said they are outworking us. They just came over there, like I said, building roads, building auto repair shops, and they just simply start outworking the locals. And instead of adapting, the locals just complain. And like you said, if we went over there, you send your finest Atlanta, Houston, New York boss chicks and boss brothers over there, it would be
it get leveled.
Yes.
It get leveled, man. Are you kidding? Man, you said New York too. Oh man,
I would say this.
Good Lord.
I'll say this, I'll get you in as well, Ebony and Rashad. I know y'all trying to get in. I would say, as far as what Mr. Walker said about the Asians, when they are moving in, they got infrastructure. So they are not only moving in, they got excavators, they got cement trucks, they got all the infrastructure and the manpower and the money they need to take over. Not just people, but they got you showing up with 18-wheelers, all that. They got all the stuff they need to make this work.
Yeah. Go ahead, Ebony. Go ahead.
Oh, I just was going to say it's very true what everybody was saying, but I think the difference with us is we know that if we do go over there, we do have to have a bag because we're not going to be able to qualify for $9 billion worth of loans for our businesses and all that. There is no food stamps and there is no aid if we decide to move over there like it is with our country. And if we do move over there, say we all just picked up and left, they will always look at us as Americans who live in Africa. We will not be hyphenated African American because they don't look at us as African. They look at us as American. If I was to go have a baby in Japan right now, my baby would be an American living in Japan. There is no American Japanese. The only time they do that is when they come to our country because they know that there's something to tether on to there, and that's where you really want to be. So that is something to look into too. And I think one of the reasons why I would never go is if I can't get a citizenship there, I'm not going to invest or do anything there because at any time they can come up and snatch take your goats, your chickens, your house, your all that, and they can just take it. And there's nothing that you can do about it because you're not a citizen there. So that's another thing that you have to consider also. I would never invest or do anything where I cannot be a citizen and be able to look out for my investment.
Facts. Go ahead, Rich.
That's right. That's dead on, Miss Ebony Dean. Dead on. Mm-hmm. Because one thing when Lex was talking, what came to my mind was, I went to Austin Holloman. Who invited him to the cookout over there? Somebody had to introduce him because
he's funded by somebody. Yeah.
Right.
All right. You get what I'm saying? Just like when somebody comes to, if I was still living in Inglewood, right, a black mecca of Chicago, and a white guy was walking down the street, that's the first thing we're going to say was, who invited that guy? Right?
Facts.
Who invited him? And why does he feel so comfortable with this? Which means that somebody introduced him.
Right.
Okay. So yeah, he's funded by somebody, and he's got to make his way. You're not okay. Just me. I don't know about anybody else. I am not going to leave the United States where I'm working at my job and pack up and go over to Kenya or Uganda or anywhere and expect to find the same job. And if I do, how long is that going to take? Okay. I mean, Ebony said it, there ain't no food stamp program over there that I know about. Okay. I'll be out there on the bread lines trying to get some grain like some of those other people. And Lex, some of those African countries are not third world countries. They're developing countries. You know, they're still trying to get their foothold on their economy.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
For sure.
Yeah.
No, all of them aren't third world, for sure. No, I totally agree with that, Richard.
Yeah. So so if anybody is thinking about, maybe I'd go to Kenya and follow this guy, a lot of other things need to come into play. What am I going to do for money? How am I going to earn a living? All right. Because I may go over there with $10,000 US, but how long is that going to last?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, hold on. According to the video, about a year. $10,000.
Don't believe that.
Yeah, Richard.
Don't believe that.
Yeah, as long as you hustling, start you a little.
Pull it back up.
Start blogging. Huh?
Hey,
For TikTok.
Yeah, I was. Let me jump in for a quick second. I just gonna say this. Project Leroy just made a good point with the super chat. I was gonna get to this. China has basically co-opted all of Jamaica. They basically own Jamaica at this point. A lot of people ain't figured that out yet, or they ain't talking that. But the reality is they own Jamaica, and the reality is they got it cheap too. They basically let them come in there, and they basically co-opted the place. Instead of them reaching out, they could have worked something out with FBA. There's enough money circulating in the community where something could have been worked out.
Here's the thing. Project Leroy saying, they got a nation and an army. We ain't backed by nothing.
Right. That's true.
where
They would have had
become
to They would have had to extend citizenship before we came over there investing. Because she's right. If they don't extend that, they can eliminate you at any time.
Yeah.
But even if they do, then we stuck there. America ain't letting you come back. They're gonna look at you as a traitor.
Well, you can have dual citizenship. It doesn't mean you forfeiting America, though. It's possible. Some maybe could be
I'm just saying, there's a group of us saying we about to take all of our resources and take it to another country. Let's see how that goes. Didn't we try this before, y'all? People get deleted trying with these ideas.
Yeah, I didn't say it would be easy. It would definitely be pushback. They don't want a true black coalition coming together like that, and they don't want any more black messiahs.
Well, look at Liberia.
Yeah,
right.
Exactly.
Because you guys saw how they even treated us, even with the was it a hurricane that happened or whatever, and all that stuff was going on, and they were complaining about us being there and told us don't vacation. We don't want you to come here for tourism. Don't come back to Jamaica and all that. So that was kind of like, okay. But back to what Gavin was saying, we could go down there with the NFAC, the Not Effing Around Coalition, and we can get some stuff popping. Okay. Mark can set up the schools, all that.
You can't make this shit up.
Is this camera on me?
Yes, it's on.
That's stupid. Use your common sense.
I like her energy. Energy.
Sister Ebony. Hey, listen, y'all don't get it. I was on that crazy train like a mother.
Listen, you need nuclear threats. You need nuclear threats. You can't have
her energy, but she's on the verge of causing an international incident. So be careful with that.
They ain't scared of 9mm or ARs. You need something bigger. You need a bigger threat.
Yeah.
Shout out to the Not Effing Around Coalition. They gone. Y'all know all of them incarcerated dang near. That was a debacle. Yeah, which I definitely
Yeah,
did.
it wasn't organized right. You know, I like the idea and the grind.
Yes.
If you can really put something together, you got to be solid top to bottom because they looking to take it down. They
You
looking
gotta
to
have
take
your
it down.
paperwork in order, brother Lex. Like I the movement was dope. I was hyped. Like that was like my Black Panthers, if you will, man. We was hyped, but man, none of them had paperwork. Then they all Johnny Law was walking around just writing them all up. They was having their gatherings.
Well, I said, the hell with paperwork. Wasn't none of them prepared to meet Jesus. They wasn't prepared to meet the maker. So if you ain't where you at, Leon? If you ain't prepared to meet your maker, you need not put them boots on and start marching unless you ready to meet Jesus, or else you playing.
That's Ebony Dean. I know that's when I lost all hope. Whenever they were supposed to march on was that something Downs? Was that
it was the Blue Mountain or the Blue something? Not what's that mountain?
Dog
in
race,
Georgia?
the horse race. The something Downs.
Okay,
but they're supposed to go in that big horse race and shut it down, and they went, and then the National Guard came in front of the entrance, and that was supposed to be it. Me and Miss X in his backyard watching. It's supposed to be D-Day, and they sat there and they just turned away, and I was like, it's over. It was over. Stone, I forget what's that racetrack out there. Come on now.
Well, they were doing Churchill. I think it was Churchill Downs.
Churchill Downs. There we go. Churchill Downs. That big old race. And that was dope. They said, we're going to come. Why y'all doing y'all fancy horse race with all these millions circulating? We coming in and disrupting. I said, there we go. And then they bought the military and they shut up.
Yeah. And I think the biggest red flag for me was how they were having you fill out all your paperwork and you had to put, give them your social and all that. And it's basically just telling on yourself because you guys are trying to pull up to not be effing around. But then where I stay and I got all this artillery and yeah, this is all bad. And then it was downhill from there.
Listen, the revolution will not be televised. That's a real thing. They were saying for weeks leading up to the race what they were going to do. The revolution will not be televised. This got to be done behind closed doors, and then you just show up ready to meet Jesus. You don't tell people for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks what you about to do, and then they prepared.
With the National freaking Guard.
They were going to do anything.
Yeah, Well,
that was the
no,
first
man. It wasn't organized, man, right. And then, like you said, if you ain't gonna really, like you said, they ain't effing around, but when it came to it, they was effing around.
See?
Come on, man. Like, they wasn't serious about it like that. Yeah. No, you can't compare it to the Panthers, man. The Panthers was the truth.
That's facts, yeah. I don't mean no disrespect to the Panthers.
Army, right, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, definitely. It's a different time. It's a different time right now.
Mm-hmm.
What you got, OG Richard?
Yeah, that guy, he's on the grift. That Austin guy, he's trying to make some money. He's trying to make something shake for him and attract some attention so he can get, like he said, those subscription dollars and those cash apps, because I would imagine in 5 years, by 2031, he'll be back in the United States. I would imagine.
Facts. He definitely will be. Eventually, he'll run out of money, or whoever's funding him will say that's enough with the funding, and he'll have to come back. And eventually, as he gets older, he'll probably be back here and just living a regular life. That's just how it goes. Yeah. He's having a fun ride right now. He's young. But it costs a lot to sustain that type of lifestyle and jet set like that. And from what I know, he's not some super successful business owner. So otherwise, you have to fund that. It's a lot. Them plane rides alone is a lot of money.
And the fact that he said it himself, he's 26. So no offense, Miss Ebony Dean, but he's, his lifespan of business there on what he's doing is just like a female, in her, approaching her 30s, mid 30s, at some point, he's not going to be useful for what it is that he's doing because that's a young man's game.
I didn't think about that. What he's doing his market could expire pretty fast. Okay.
Yeah, that's a young man's game.
Yeah.
Okay.
International playboy. Yeah, you gotta. Hey. Yep. Or
Because
you,
when
you
you
just
start
gotta
getting to be,
Go ahead.
go ahead, Lex. No, go ahead.
Oh yeah. I was gonna say you just have to be one smooth mother effer, man. And I don't think he's that to be able to stretch out that level of runway in front of him to keep doing that. You have to be, a very interesting guy, and I don't see that from him. So
I agree. Let me grab these super chats and we're gonna get E the man in.
Shout out to EV Ray. Good to see you, brother. Says, I have citizenship in Glazed Galaxy, Jupiter booties. Appreciate you, Project Leroy. Says, how much did the Chinese have to give to take over Jamaica? Oh, wait. The Jamaicans let the Chinese over for nothing and has a military to back them up. Jamaica ain't got no military? It's unfortunate.
Well, two things.
not on that level.
They needed the infrastructure. I wouldn't say nothing. They over there building hospitals and hotels and, bros and highways. They've been finessed, but I wouldn't say for nothing.
Quid pro quo. Appreciate you, Omni Design Studios. Says, this sounds like pay for play, just like CGA is promoting. This is debauchery.
Yeah, the Chinese folks got a whole shopping mall inside of Kingston. So it's the most remarkable thing. You be driving down the road, you see nothing but, you in the huts, whatever, nothing, no buildings. All of a sudden, it's just erected up out of nowhere with lights, LEDs everywhere. And it's a shopping mall in the middle of it's bizarre.
In the middle of Shantytown, Kingston.
Right on the outskirts. So
amazing.
Yeah. It's the Chinese mall. Let's get this clear.
Appreciate you, Uncle Tall. Says, can we please have a panel without Gavin and Mr. Walker, please? All right, good night.
Shout out to Uncle Tall. He also dropped 25 in the Cash App. He says, I can't stand y'all. He says, hate, hate, hate.
Always, so you the most supportive hater out here. Appreciate you, OG.
Straight like that, straight like that, straight like that, straight.
Get this one.
Appreciate you. Got that one.
Okay.
I think it is one more. There we go. Appreciate you, Omni Design Studios coming through. Says, Mr. Media sounds like a conspiracy theorist, but I agree. Some of these YouTubers are funded by the elite.
That is true. All right. Just like E the Man, he funded by the elite and they sent him up here. All right. I see you in the chat. You had first thing, I guess we'll start here. I see you was talking about reparations. All right. What's your thing? Do you not believe in it?
I think we all believe in the boogeyman. I don't think we'll see him, but we believe in it. I think when you start having a conversation about reparations, let's just say FBA get $1 million, we're talking $49 trillion. I don't think people understand how big a trillion is. We talk about them giving away billions, but we typically don't hear about trillion, especially 49 trillion. So listen, write the check. I'm going to cash it. Let's be clear. You write the check, go classic, Mr. Walker, but I'm building my life on something that I can tangibly get.
I like that. Okay, Edom, I thought you'd come here with chaos like you usually do. I agree with you, Edom, man. I agree. Yeah, but shout out to Sister Ebony Dean. I don't know what role we play in getting reparations, but I want to play that role, whatever that is.
I got a question based around that, what he just said about reparations. And then along with the same line with this Austin Holloman attracting Black people from America to go to Africa. What if people do that, go to Africa, right? From America, Blacks from America, FBAs, go to Africa, all right? And then by some miracle in 2026, they pass a reparation bill. Will those people in Africa that left the U.S. be eligible? Or would that be some of the disqualification?
You already know the answer, Richard. They gonna find any and every way to disqualify you. So you know the answer. They don't want to give it to us now. So they definitely gonna find ways to disqualify you. If you are not in the States the day they decide to give reparations, you disqualify instantly.
I think it's the smart black people because if I was in Africa, if I was in Ubawe, I'm buying my ticket. The day I see it go down my feed, I'm going back to mama house. Mama, make sure my mailing address is your house in case they decide to give us a little reparations. But this is crazy. People talk about leaving the country. Like this is. Go
Your
ahead.
mom go cash your reparations check.
As long as somebody in the family got it, Mr. Walker. Hey, listen, hey, we'll be out. If I
You don't qualify for your reparations no more.
What you think, Ebony Dean?
Well, I think personally, what I think is you would still qualify. You need to have your paperwork, and you need to be able to take it to that reparation office. So you better make sure that Trump doesn't have the traveling tariffs and all that. We know how things are going down. You need to make sure you're able to get back. Because it is inevitable and it will happen. And I do agree with the man when he said that he's not banking on that. Like, we obviously are doing things in our own right, but that money is still owed to us and we will still fight for it. But you will qualify. You got to have that paperwork and you need to be able to take it to that reparations office. Here's my thing. We were talking about like making sure that the president is going to, give us our reparations. And just with the Holocaust and the Japanese people with the internment camps and all that, Congress voted for them to get reparations. There was no presidential vote for it. They didn't have to do a petition like they did us, asking Americans if we should get it or not. There was none of that. So to hell with the petitions. Give us our money, because you didn't have to do that for nobody else and you don't need to do it for us. Reparations will happen. Since we have decided to delineate and define who we are, being foundational Black Americans. I don't know if you guys have noticed, just things have changed around with the country. They are recognizing that we are foundational Black Americans. They are calling out different groups of people who do things, because trust and believe, if before we started calling ourselves FBA, all that Somalia stuff that happened, that would have been Black people taking $9 million and not defining who we are. We're specifying who we are. And now the world is recognizing, they're looking into people's paperwork. If you guys are on X and stuff, Elon Musk has even made all the accounts. You have to tell what country you're from. So all these people talking about the gender wars and we hate Black men and we hate Black women and all that, they're from other countries in Europe, Africa, the Caribbean, Asia, having all this hate for us, and y'all ain't even in here. So how are you going to hate us when you can't even get in? So we need to look into that type of stuff. We're putting a stamp on who we are. We're calling out the people who are trying to divide us and everything. And we're just focused on our business, our FBA business. And we can get back to the coalition and all that stuff. Right now, we need people to ride for us, and whoever will, but whoever doesn't. And we don't really care either way. It's going to happen, and it's going to happen soon.
So is it the one drop rule? So like, say, I know Mr. Walker, he looked like some Irish man got in that bloodline at some point in time.
Facts.
So
That's facts. Some
I know.
17% Irish. You right?
I know, man. Listen, I pay attention. So what I'm saying is, so do he get only 83% of his check, or he
Are you
still get
hating
100?
me? Now you
I'm
hating.
just asking the question. These
Listen,
are things that
all it takes is just for you to have one person or one parent who's FBA. So if you have a parent who is FBA and the other parent is Jamaican, you are still FBA and you still qualify. And the number is 250,000 per FBA. So that is the number. I think it ends up being $20 trillion, which this country has, because you have all this money to trick off to everybody else. Run us our money, because we are owed to it. We built this whole country, and that's what needs to come to us. And if y'all would have paid it when you were supposed to, back when you promised it to us, it wouldn't be that. But inflation, we put our stamp and our taxes on it and all that. This country was built off of our labor, and that's why we need to get our reparations.
So
it's not so much about a one drop. Shout out to Ebony Dean educating us on this. It's about being able to link your lineage back to a point, whatever the year is, that shows that your great grandma and granddad were prisoners of war during chattel slavery. That's what we have to prove. So yeah, it don't matter if I'm 17% Irish or not, I still get my check.
Yeah, one person has to be full FBA, because we're going to have people that are pulling up their ancestry and all that, and their great. Somebody was doing it today online, talking about their great grandmother was FBA, but she's a whole white woman, So we're not doing that. We're not playing that game. You need to
It's
have
gonna be
one.
hard though. Listen,
No,
when you
it's
say,
not. It's easy.
listen,
It's
hold
easier
on.
than you think.
Just hear me out with what I'm saying. I gotta prove that they're fully FBA. That means if that person's, say for example, they can link their mama back to slavery. We talk about from the parents' point of view. Say my parents, I linked my mama back, but she married a Jamaican. I'm still FBA, even though that's my mother's half.
Yeah, as long as
Yes,
one of the parents was,
it's your
yes.
parents. So whoever your dad is and whoever your mom is, it's easier than we think. We were property back then. We're in the records for the slave records and all that. We were stocks. We were the bonds of this country. So it is all in the records. You can start with your ancestry. You can start looking up names. You can start looking up the states that your family's from. It's a very simple search. It will take a couple hours to do. Print off your paperwork before you decide to leave and go to another country, and give it to your parents or whatever you decide to do. But it is very easy for us to figure this out.
You ain't trolling, are you, man?
Hey, hold up. Shout out. Hold up. Shout out to Sister Ebony Dean. Shout out to Ebony Dean and my wife. Look, my wife was able to go back all the way to 1876. I ain't showing y'all the rest. There we go. The Beaners in Louisiana and Enola. My grandma's name was Arnola, but Enola, I guess, I don't know what's that. My great grandma. But shout out to Sister Ebony Dean. Like, I love this stuff. Learning about our heritage and stuff. That's dope.
I just think it's gonna be a lot of people get paid that ain't the skin of our color. I'm just gonna say that.
I feel you.
That there won't, because we got FBI or FBA detectives on the case, and we're checking all hairlines and foreheads and all that. So we're gonna know who is FBA and who's not. And to figure it all out for sure, you have to have your paperwork.
Well, I'm just
Let me ask you this.
Hold on.
Get in here real quick, E. I got a question, because is somebody like, would Drake be considered FBA?
Yes.
No, and I'm gonna tell you why. You know why?
Yes, he's like us.
No. Wait.
We gotta talk about it.
I'm gonna tell you why. Drake's not FBA because Drake's dad is Jamaican, and his mom is a Jewish white woman. Now I don't know. So he's out.
Yeah.
But his mom
was from Memphis.
No. His dad's Jamaican. His dad is Jamaican, but I think they settled in Memphis, if I'm not mistaken, man.
His dad is American. Their ancestors from Jamaica. So half of his dad is FBA.
Wait a minute. I read his dad was from Jamaica. Is he originally from Memphis or not?
This is what I heard. I heard that his father is FBA, but his mother is Canadian. And I think the debate is he was born and he was raised in Canada.
Yeah.
That is the disconnect with it. But
yeah, he's not a U.S. citizen. But
if it come down to blood, if he can trace his lineage,
right? It's up for debate. It depends on what the absolute standard is gonna be.
So there's gonna be a board. Somebody gonna have a gavel. I can see him up there.
I think we shouldn't do that.
Dr. Umar gonna be in charge, and he get the final say.
We need at least Umar and Tariq Nasheed. Yeah, they
Tariq, but Umar gonna be in jail, man. After the school thing collapsed, he ain't gonna be able to do it.
I think we should write everybody. If it's questioned, because I'm telling y'all, it's gonna be discrimination if we let people start choosing who black enough. I'm
You know
telling you,
what?
just write the check. I don't care. Listen, write Drake the check, write Mr. Walker the check. I don't know why we trying to police people check. No,
Don't put me to
everybody.
vote with Drake, man. Don't do that. I need
Listen,
my check guaranteed. Check is
listen,
Drake.
the amount is fixed already. It's not like we're gonna get more or less, Mr. Walker. If it's a fixed amount that we getting regardless, write everybody who qualify. Because this is the thing that we're gonna ask. If they
No,
write this is the $1 million question. If they write the reparation check, do we not talk about reparations anymore?
Of
What do you
course,
mean?
it right there is a done deal.
yeah, it.
Y'all are crazy if y'all think
Hold
black
on,
people
man.
gonna stop talking about
Hold
reparations.
on.
Y'all
We
are
got
out of
it.
y'all mind. Listen, I'm telling you, you write $250,000, I can guarantee black people be talking about reparations literally 25 years from now.
Saying they wasn't enough.
I don't think
Saying they
so.
wasn't
That's
enough.
yeah.
Yeah,
I can get on that crazy train. You said 25 years from I can see and say, oh, that $250,000 each wasn't enough. We blew through that.
I'm
Well,
just telling you.
here's the thing. People can say whatever they want to. The reason why it is a topic of conversation is because it hasn't gotten paid. Okay. So we don't know
yeah,
what it's going to be because we haven't gotten it yet. So give us our check. We can get to that road whenever it's time to. We don't have the money yet. So we can't, we've never had it. So we
yeah.
can't
And
even
one
make
thing,
the determination.
facts,
Yeah.
facts. And one thing you got to remember too, this is a debt that's owed. This isn't a favor. This isn't somebody like, oh yeah, maybe when I get some money, I'll give it to you. It is a debt that's owed. That's what we're dealing with here.
But
So we got to keep that in mind.
anytime you have a debt, you gotta hold a person or company accountable for the debt.
That's what we're doing. We're slow walking that down. You know, respectfully, this race is not organized. That's why the other groups were able to get it fast. In fact, what happened to small hats didn't happen in America, and they were able to get reparations many moons ago, man. So you have to keep that in mind. But that group is extremely organized, extremely.
And they're totally different. They have a U.S. military.
IXAI,
I mean, they
by
have
the
a
way.
military.
IXAI.
Hey,
IXAI is
here's
Drake FBA.
But I
Is
want to
Drake,
talk.
here's
is
some
Drake
trivia.
FBA. And AI says no. Drake is generally not considered a foundational Black American, despite
AI.
having an African American father, because FBA status involves deep cultural roots, lineage to U.S. slavery, and specific upbringing and historical Black American communities. So, see, there you go. I think this makes things more gray. Now to be
Listen,
FBA, you got to have
Write the
an
check, Walker. Stop
upbringing.
hating.
Huh?
You ain't gotta have no upbreaking. You
I
can be
didn't say
raised
this is
in it.
AI. This is AI.
AI been lying to y'all. I told you, AI is the worst thing to happen to y'all because y'all take it as the law.
Here's the
Listen,
Hey, wait,
I
wait,
I,
wait, wait,
mean, he's
wait,
not
wait, wait.
technically.
Wait, I got
He's a
some trivia.
Canadian
I
citizen.
got some Drake
Man.
trivia
Let me
for
ask
you
this real
all.
quick. Let me get real quick. I'll
No,
get
no,
to
no,
it.
no, no, Gavin. I'm gonna drop this
I
on you, and
asked
you can
AI
answer
about
too. Wait.
Jesus and it lied to me. I asked,
So here
asked
you go.
AI. I'm telling you, AI don't know what it's talking about.
So Drake's father is from Memphis.
Go ahead.
He played drums. His name is Dennis Graham. He is Larry Graham's brother.
Yes.
And do you know who Larry Graham is?
Famous musician.
Yeah, Walker he got a blank on his face. But anyway, Larry Graham played bass with Sly and the Family Stones.
Ooh, okay.
All right. So, even though he was born in Canada and his mother is an Ashkenazi Jew, so whatever the Graham's lineage is, what could possibly make him eligible.
All right. Well, let me ask this. Here was the question, because are we filing up under the umbrella of FBA or descendants of slaves?
Same thing.
I don't know what that is.
Foundational Black American
Our
or
descendants.
of slaves. Same thing.
you can call yourself.
Some of us weren't slaves.
Well, what?
Yeah.
Well.
You
What would you get reparations for if your ancestors were not slaves?
The
You
FBA,
gotta prove
Foundational
that.
Black American.
You gotta prove it. See, that's what she was saying. She said you got to prove that someone was a descendant from slaves. Like, for example, our last name Williams. I'm 3 generations back from slavery. I know the grandfather that was slave, and then they went from slaves to sharecroppers to they had my grandfather. So I'm not that far away from slavery, right? So I understand it is easy to prove, but I'm just saying getting that white man called the government to write that check is when that's when because the court system is so chaotic in America, right? Even if they get it passed by the judge, the biggest thing is they also can appeal it. Like it's gonna be a very chaotic process, and I don't think I would see it in my lifetime, but I hope my kids see it.
Yeah, it's
Well, they're
really
gonna
not
draw it
that.
out, that's for sure. Okay,
Yeah,
because this argument that we even having right now is being held in the back rooms with the cigar smokers. Okay,
right.
because they have Freemasons. There's a lot of Freemasons. Those people were never slaves. Okay, but they're indigenous to this country. All right, and some of their people were enslaved. So that's
And
kind
here's
of.
what I'll say: the more they draw it out, the more they can muddy the waters. So if they keep that's why we sitting here having this Drake discussion. And 20 years from now, it's going to be if the waters just keep getting more muddy if they allow it to draw out. Then we start asking, oh, well, who is this? And is he? What about him? Because the people that should have got it years ago, it was clear cut who was who.
And
But
then a whole bunch of master kids gonna get this check.
Well,
Cause mama was a slave. Like I'm just telling y'all the truth. A whole bunch of master kids gonna get it. And are we okay with them getting the check?
Yeah, like some of those former senators that had kids by some of their
Yeah, there you
housekeepers.
go. So what's the one? Jefferson? One of these presidents say Hunter.
Thomas
Well,
Jefferson.
I'm talking about even sooner than that, Mr. Walker.
Okay.
There's been people they passed away a number of years ago, but back in the 60s and 70s, these white senators and Congress people that's from the South had these black house servants that they were impregnating, and then that woman would have the daughter or the son of bright complexion and raised on that in that house in the separate quarters, but they would make sure that individual was taken care of, and they would send them off to college. There's quite a few people out here like that. They're my age now, but they're out here like that.
But y'all know most of the half breeds was actually indentured service. White people was also indentured service that was sleeping with the slaves, right? We think that most of it happened through what's grape? I guess I can use that word grape.
Yep.
But most of it happened to especially the Irish. That's why Irish is in a lot of black people bloodline. They was indentured servants, and it was okay for a white indentured servant to have a relationship with a slave, and they got married. They did all those things, and that's a big big thing on the complexion of black people. By
I
the way,
talked about this, Eda, man. Shout out to the movie Sinners. That movie a lot more deeper than y'all think. Like, watch it again. I promise y'all the relationship between African Americans, FBA, and Irish, that's why they were trying to latch on to us. There was something there. Shout out to Jameson Whiskey. Back during Cooties 19, Jameson Whiskey ran a commercial where you had this handsome Irish guy sitting there talking about his heritage, and then they panned the camera to his wife. And his wife looked like Ebony Dean, a melanated sister holding a baby. And it's touching on that history, Eda, man.
Let me get you in, Ebony. I know you're trying to get in. What you got?
Yeah, I just was going to say, as far as the whole lineage thing, there will be people who are on that off to the side Drake type of line, and there will be somebody dealing with them. We're dealing with people who have their paperwork in order. You need to make sure that at least one of your parents, not grandparents, great grandparents, slave masters and all that, one of your direct parents is FBA, Foundational Black American. The reason why they came up with that term is because it can't be remixed or co-opted by any other group. You have to be from the lineage in order to qualify. So we can spend time talking about all the what ifs and everything. What if one of your parents was FBA? That's all that's needed. Everyone else to the side, and we'll figure you out at another time. This is for people who have their paperwork in order, and that's just what it is.
So is the payment gonna be by family? So can my mama get a check? I get a check. And my child get a check? So can 3 generations get checked? Or are they gonna try to limit it to families?
So it's $250,000 per person. So your mom would need to prove that one of her parents was at least one parent was FBA. You would need to prove that, and your child would need to prove it. Granny and great granny, if they're still alive, all need to prove it. This is 5-6 generations we're talking about here. You
Well,
need
think
to be
about
able
it.
to prove it.
I would say it wouldn't even be that complex because we would be able to share the same templates. All right. If
Right.
you know what I mean? If my grandma got something, obviously we connected. It ain't like we all individually got to do this homework. We got to do it collectively as a family, and we can all use the same template.
Right. And we were talking about this, a month ago or something. Mr. Walker started, and he already is into the 1800s with his people, despite some of the challenges that he had. All it takes is a search. This is not difficult. This is not rocket science, you guys. We've already defined who we are, and that is who is going to get reparations. They have already come up with reparations bills and things in Washington State, I know for sure, Illinois, Maryland. They had like a tether type of mayor or whatever that tried to veto the bill that they had, but it got overridden, and so they are now getting a reparations type thing. That's why we need to make sure that we have people representing us from the lineage, because there are people from different lineages that try to co-opt and try to come in and try to deny it. That's why we need to be in politics. California is one, and I think Illinois is another one. So individual states are already putting stuff together. I know in Washington State, our governor passed a bill last year. It's very specific. Each state is specific, and they want specific things. So it's a start.
You in my state, Ebony? You in my state? You in Washington State?
I'm in Washington.
Don't answer that. Don't tell him where you at.
I'm just saying, she in my state. That's this my state.
He the man right now dealing with a peeping Tom case he dealing with, so you don't want to.
Nah, you lying. You
I'm
know,
joking.
don't speak up my name. I'm about to strike the channel right now. Hold on. Let me go sit in the strike. You lied on me.
Yes, y'all in the same state. Y'all up here where it's right.
Either man, I'm gonna need you to get on board, because in Seattle, for Washington State, if you can prove that your family members were here, I believe it's before 1965, you can prove that. They are giving out loans. It's not what we're asking for, because we don't want a loan. We want money, but it's something. So
get on board.
It's not. It's not.
Either man, for real, man.
I can't get it because I'm from Georgia. I'm not from here.
Yeah, I don't qualify either, but some people do qualify, and it's going down. This is going to happen. So be on the lookout for the states that you were born in and where your people are from. It's going to happen. It's small baby steps. It might be a loan today, but we're already talking, and we're trying to get our money. So that's what it is. So either man from Washington, I need you to get on board.
There you go.
The funny part about it is Washington State was not a state doing slavery. What we're seeing is states that actually became states after slavery are like the front runners, versus like Georgia, Alabama, the heart of slavery and the slavery belt. Those are the people who are rejecting it.
Right. And so the reason why they're giving the loans is for the people who suffered from the discrimination afterwards. Each state has their own type of bill and plan. So get familiar with it, because it's something that is happening. So
and I would say
this is the thing. This is not just a pipe dream anymore. They're talking about it on a national level, and states are talking about it. They're having the conversations. They're vetoing people who are trying to stop it, because they know that there is a debt owed, and they're trying to figure it out. So
but should this be a federal thing? Because it don't matter where y'all from. If you know what I mean, it shouldn't be a state thing. Don't matter where you travel to if you got lineage. You know what I mean?
That's
gonna be harder. It's gonna be harder on a federal level than a local level.
It won't be, because look, they did it for the Holocaust people, and they did it for the Japanese on a federal level. The Congress did it. They wrote the bill for it and cut the check. There was no, like I said, there was no survey that needed to be taken. They didn't need the states to do it. This was on a federal level. We're trying to do what we can. And if we're having, big states like Washington and California having the conversation, that's just how all the marijuana and stuff got passed. It started on a state level, and then all the other states kind of picked up, and, we're kind of seeing the effects of it. we're doing what we have to do, but we're making it known that we are foundational Black Americans, and the name cannot be co-opted by others. And on a national level, they're starting to understand that we are not just one big Negro. We have different parts of, being Black. And so that's just what it is. And we're never going back to the way things were. This is who we are, and this is what we're coming to get. And that's just what it is.
So you gonna do super snack?
Yep. Appreciate you, Omni Design Studios. Says Sister Ebony Dean is ready for the revolution always. Appreciate your Project Leroy coming through, brother. Says Austin is not telling you how long he can stay in Kenya. The max time he can stay is 180 days. Let's see which country he ends up come June. Interesting. Appreciate you, Project Leroy. See, it's these things that make the information damn near null and void. Yeah, there's a limit. Had no idea. He never disclosed that.
Yeah, unless he gets citizenship,
or paying for extra days. Like you said, you could pay the cops $10. I don't know what's going on over there.
What you got, Eda, man? Trying to get in?
Yeah, I just think that passport, bro, is literally a financial disaster. I think people don't talk about that. It limits you. And I get people say it's cheaper to stay over there. When you go over there outside of your money working, I'm not knocking that you can put your money in the stock market and you can get dividends or reefs and all that stuff. You still have that. But they literally will not work or hire you. They're not going to hire you. I know people who's in Africa right now, and they say, "Hey, we thought it was a good idea." They brought their kids with them, and they can't work. Their kids can't do nothing. They look at them as only a resource. It's crazy that people want to be tricks. That's how the country treat them, just like a trick. So we see that. I tell people when they say cool, and I get it. I have a friend who retired from the military. He did 25 years in the military. He never want to work a day in his life, and he went to the Philippines. Have fun. That, like, his mindset is that he have a check coming in for the rest of his life. He don't need to. When you start talking about young people, I know Austin is the exception to the rule because he do make money on YouTube. So he's still making American money somewhere else. But this idea that you about to go over here and you about to just go get a job, this idea that you about to go over here and just start a business, that's another thing. In these African countries, you cannot start a business by yourself. You must give somebody else that's a natural African. It's almost like majority. I think it's got to be like 40% of ownership of the company. So that's another thing. And you require, I think it's like 80% have to be hired from their country. So like when you start understanding what it really is, it's really a grab for them. It's no benefit to them.
Same thing with them purchasing property. You can't just go over there. You got to put in somebody else's name or have a person that's a citizen. It's not so simple.
There you go. Yeah, shout out to the hiring folks. That happened back here in our backwoods country place where they plan on building the Chinese bought the whole riverfront out where we stay. Wow. And they built this big factory, but I guess one of the stipulations is they gotta hire a large amount of folks local. So the same thing.
And last thing about these passport bros, you're traveling 5,000 miles to get 304s. You show up to the local bar. Like people don't understand where they finding these women. They show up to the local bar, the woman who hanging out there at that local bar. These are not traditional women. Like, you're not going into people's houses talking to their daddy. Show me the video of them going to talk to somebody's daddy and getting their kids. I'm telling you, that's not happening. They're doing the lowest hanging fruit there. And what they do is, the best 304 is the 304 you don't know. My uncle told me that. He was a little pimp. He said the best 304 is 304 you don't know. He had that talk. But like, that's why a woman can uproot, go to a whole new city and start her life over because nobody knows she's a 304. So what they do is they just taking 304s, and since they don't know they 304s, they champion them as traditional women.
Don't hurt on me.
Money, 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 money.
Shout out to Uncle Tall, always coming through, always supporting. Appreciate you, OG. He says, I used to watch a show on YouTube called The Grapevine. It was good conversations until some topic would have the African and Caribbean clashing with the FBA. FBA's opinions were not valued enough. Wow. Okay.
You've never heard of it. Sounds wicked.
Great bad. Appreciate you, Indigenous Stallion, right on cue. Becoming a YouTube member.
Appreciate you, brother. And
I knew he was coming through with something. Appreciate you, brother. Says that black term has to go because people with our skin tone who are not us can easily latch on to it. Shout out to Ebony Dean. That by design, there is nothing black about us. Calling yourself black means that you're civilly dead by law. Sweet Jesus in the morning time. Okay. Yeah.
Well, the whole term black and white, that's just a social construct, That's not a race. It's just a typical name. And so that's why we're defining who we are, and we have paperwork to back it up. So you can continue to call yourself African American or descendant of slaves, whatever you want to call. It's all about the lineage and all about that paperwork. So it's just a social construct, because you know what? The people in Jamaica, they don't say I'm Black Jamaican. They just say I'm Jamaican. In Brazil, they don't say I'm Black Brazilian. They just say Brazilian. It's only in our country is when we say Black American, because they don't do that in other countries. So it's just a social construct, but the lineage is what matters.
Like you said, since slavery, it was designed so they can let the poorest white man know you still got a leg up on them. All right, because the rich white man say, look, you ain't like us, but you is white and they is black, so you still got a leg up in this society.
Right. Shout out to the poor Trump supporters. The wildest thing I ever seen in my life.
What you got, Richard?
Well, I just want to know, is there a time limit or something on this StreamYard? Because I cannot hear Mr. Walker or Ebony Dean when they talk. Man. So do I have to pay for services or something? Or?
No.
What you got, E?
I can't hear you.
Might know more than us.
He got to go out and go back in. So he got to completely go out, close it, then come back in. Then he'll hear everybody.
Oh, say y'all charging me to hear? Hey, Richard play. He said, y'all charging me to hear and talk. What's going on?
That sounds like something my grandpappy said. He said, you charging me.
Shout out to Richard. He might want to be our granddad.
Yes, he is.
At least our dad.
Yeah, like I think you can call yourself what you want to call yourself. I think you got another super chat. But yeah, if you want to call yourself black, call yourself black. Like we ain't in no world where you can't call yourself what you want to call yourself. But we got to stop doing that. We got to stop comparing ourselves to other countries because we are different. They do what they do over there. We do what we do over here. And it is what it is.
There we go.
What you got, Richard?
Can you hear us, OG?
Okay. Oh, there you go. I hear you, Mr. Walker. Say something, Ebony.
Hey, Rikai, can you hear me?
There you go. Okay, yeah. So,
and I did that one for free, by the way. I ain't gonna charge. I'm gonna charge you next time.
Okay, I'm gonna send you a super chat. So, hey, I got no more about this because what's this guy? What's his name? Either what? Either man? Who is this guy?
Either Man Williams.
Either Man, yeah. He said a whole lot, and it makes sense to me. And I agree with what he said, especially when it comes to this Austin guy, because I think that's just a grift for him, like I say, to attract people to him so he can generate some money. Because, I think, E, you said something about working over there. They're not going to, man, come on. Unless I have a highly technical and advanced skill, they're not going to hire me. And then if they do hire me, I'm only going to be hired for a limited basis. Okay. So I'm not going to leave America with the expectations I'm going to move to some African country or some African nation and make a life for me and my family. That is not going to happen. And then something that Project Leroy put in the chat, which is very true, because I see that a lot with people in my industry, in my field, who come from other countries. And when we go work in other countries, they can only be over there for a limited amount of time. They have to leave and be gone for X amount of months before they can come back to continue to keep working. So, yeah, there's a lot. It sounds good on paper and it sounds good on YouTube, but when you start peeling back the layers of that onion, no. And if anybody in my family is thinking about doing that, I'm gonna tell them straight up, that's something you want to do for a trip. You're going for a visit, take a camera, take a lot of pictures. But if you're thinking about staying there, no. Okay, go get on the cruise ship and go get a taste of it. But I can't see that happening long term.
Yeah, we saw that in the state of Washington. We had a lot of people who was working remote. They would go to these countries and go to these third world countries until they said, "Hey, bring y'all butts back into the work," and then the plans start falling apart. So I think that unless you got that consistent income, and it does make sense. Like I have a friend, like I said, he done saved up $1 million. He gonna get 10% off his portfolio. He's in the Philippines. He gonna live like a champ. Yeah, I'm saying I know he is. So we know that it can, but you need to be at the end. That's why I said it's financial at your financial end, not the beginning for a young man 20-some years old.
Right. Yeah, and I agree with that, because if you're at the end and you get something coming in once or twice a month, or if you have some investments that you can live off on for an X amount of years and interest, and they can always grow money. Yeah, okay, it's feasible. If that's what you want to do, it's feasible. But you have to be ready for the unexpected. Okay, that's what most people are not telling. Okay, he's not giving that up. He's not going to tell you the ugly side because he's not going to make any money.
Especially if you're tricking. If you're tricking, I don't care if the trick costs you $15. $15 add up over 15 to 20 years. You're gonna be broke. Like I'm telling you, like the people going over there to spend money on women, they're gonna say a little bit more.
Yeah. Just like he left Brazil, he'll be leaving Kenya. Well, trust me, he'll be back in America within 5, maybe 6 years. Okay.
Well, it depends. Like I said, he's a unique situation because he do have a big YouTube channel with enough followers that he have the checks coming in. Like, if just think about it, in his situation, he making $3,000-$4,000 in super chats a month. He's doing okay in Kenya or Brazil or any of those things. He found a way to be able to use this digital world. But the key is he built that digital following before he started traveling. So see, people think, hey, I'm gonna go over there and then I'm gonna start a YouTube page, and people don't understand. It was good that he started his IPO in America because he still get American advertisement even though he around the country. But if he would have started that in Kenya, that would have been like pennies on the dollars versus what he making from an American YouTube page.
That's true.
Yeah,
that's true.
So that's all I got.
Appreciate you, Uncle Toll. Says, you can't tell me that young black man didn't look just like his daddy, Bill Clinton.
Shout out to Toll.
Money. Appreciate your Project Leroy. Says, once again, if you have one FBA parent whose lineage goes back before 1865 and you were born a U.S. citizen, you qualify for reparations. If you're not FBA and use a tether, stop getting in our way. Get yours from Carrie Calm. Who the heck is Carrie Calm?
Okay. Child to pride. Go. What you got, Ebony?
Yeah, CARICOM, that's the with the Caribbeans, and that's their like little reparation task force or whatever. Am I right, Project Leroy? That's where they can go through to get their reparations from Britain and all that. So they have their own that we can't be a part of. That's why y'all can't be a part of what we got going on here. Since we can't be a part of CARICOM, we got our own things going on. So
see what they got these little places. Why? Shout out to you. I mean, then you said something earlier. You said reparations office. That made me laugh, like the welfare office. They need to start establishing reparations office, like they got welfare offices around here. I'm tired of where we always got to go see the international courts and ish.
It's gonna be inside of the welfare office. They're gonna give him a desk. I'm just letting you know. If it's an office, they're gonna say, hey man, y'all better go over there in the corner and it's gonna be black flag. We're gonna have our flag in the welfare.
Listen, it's gonna be wherever they're gonna set it up at, and that's where we will be to get our
I'm gonna
money.
be
I don't
there.
care where it is.
I'm sure it is. I'm gonna be right there. Like, hey,
Yeah.
check this out. I knew I was gonna be here before the end of my days in this welfare office.
They gonna have little elementary school seats with the attached desk that we got to sit in. They're gonna make it very uncomfortable.
Yeah, and you better make sure that you have a name tag on one of them desks, or you don't get to come get your reparations check. So get your paperwork in order so that you can sign up for that reparations course and get a desk so you
But
can get your money.
I'm telling you, what the tethers they gonna figure it out. I can see the Nigerians already forging paperwork. They getting they forging paperwork like scammers. Like, call me, man. I got you. I forged the paperwork for you.
Look at my family tree.
We don't
Look
care
at this.
about none
Look
of
at my
that.
family tree. I got it here.
Yeah, they're already getting sent back. So we're already getting them up out the paint already right now. So we're not worried about that. We're worried about our lineage and what we have going on here. And it is something that is okay to do. We don't have to be just caping for everybody and forgetting about ourselves all the time. We've been doing that since the 50s and 60s. You know, when they came up with the benign neglect policy, where what they did was whenever they were promising us our rights and stuff while we were fighting for civil rights and everything, well, they promised us that they were going to give us our rights and didn't do it. And that's why all the riots and stuff broke out in all the major cities in this country, because we were turning up all over the place and we were rioting and we were, pissed about them not, bringing forth their promises that they promised to us. So what they did was they didn't understand why are they all turning up right now? And they figured out that it was, because of racism, but they're like, look, we've been racist to them for the last 200 years. Why are they turning up now? And they realized they did it was called like a Kerner report or a Kerner committee or whatever. They did the research and figured out that whenever they tell us that they're going to do something specifically for us and they don't do it, then that's when we get mad and that's when we turn up. So what did they do? They came up with the benign neglect policy, and I think it was created by a guy named Monahan or Mullahan or something like that. Y'all can Google it to figure it out. But basically they are to always talk around us. So when they talk about things for Black people, everything's all inclusive now. It's all lives matter and Black and brown coalitions. So they never directly promised us anything because they knew if they did and they didn't do anything about it, then we were going to act up again. So they're always walking around us. That's why we have decided to delineate. We've decided to define who we are. And Dr. Claude Anderson's been telling us to do this for the longest time. It's like we have to define who we are so that nobody can infiltrate what we have going on.
I want to have a conversation. So say say, for example, it take a 5 or 10 year period for us to get paid. What do you think Black people as a whole 50 to 100 years will be after reparations?
Well, here's what it is. The same thing that the Japanese and the Holocaust people did with their money after the 50 years that they got their money, because they got theirs in the 80s or something like that. 50 years has already gone by and they're doing just fine, just like we will.
No. So you think we would move like Japanese and Jewish people?
I think the biggest problem for our culture and for foundational Black Americans is because of economic deprivation and being deprived resources. And that's why there's a lot of problems in our community. Once we have, I'm not going to say it's going to solve all of our problems, but we're going to figure a whole bunch of stuff out. You have a family of 5 and everybody's FBA. That's a million, a couple million coming or whatever, or 1.25, whatever it ends up being. That's enough money to figure some ish out. So
Here you go, E. So I agree. Like, yeah, I don't believe we are going to be able to make as much progress as the small hats and ages, perhaps, because of the different systematic bullish we got going on with our people. There's going to be, even with a household getting $1 million, 1.25 million. There's still going to be casualties. They are going to swindle it. There are going to be those examples. Granted, Dave Chappelle made a skit about it. However, there's enough of us, and that's on them now. Like, come on, like we got $250,000 a piece. If you fall to the wayside, come on, that's on you. So
Well,
yeah.
I think just Mr. Walker. I went to school for accounting. I have studied tax codes, right? I understand how the government works. I believe 95% would be sucked up in taxes.
Well, it should be untaxed. That's got to be part of
It
the
doesn't matter. Listen, I'm telling you, they don't have to tax the money for them to get it in taxes.
So did they tax did they tax the Japanese
Yes.
and the Jews?
Yes. They
Okay,
got it
well,
all back.
listen, we'll figure all that stuff out, but they need to run us our reparations. We'll look
I
into
hear
it.
you.
We
How do you
agree
help
upon
back?
it.
If I got $250,000 and you and there's no, how you about to get this back?
Easy. So first thing is, let's just say you put it in the house, right?
Yep.
You buy a house, the $250,000 is gone, and then the government's going to say, "Hey, you don't really own that house. We just loan you that house. We going to charge you taxes until you can't pay for the house, and then we're just going to take your $250,000 back."
Well, those taxes are no. Well, see, here we go. If again, brother E, if you go out here and you take your $250,000, you put the whole $250,000 on the house you can't afford. Well, that's on you. But if you take 50,000 and you go ahead and buy you some acres, now what? Now you still
Well, you
got to
ain't
pay
gonna buy
taxes.
it.
Now, you still got to pay taxes.
When you
But
gonna get
goddamn it,
50,000? No, this is what I'm telling you. Okay, like in the state of Washington, the average house is 450,000 ish, right?
I see
Like
some
so
land. Yeah, not a
the average
$50,000
land
house.
is average land in the state of Washington is 185,000, and that's nothing on it.
So
Let's be
I don't
clear,
think
it's expensive in Washington.
people will have to come together. It will have to be a group thing. It's not going to be
That's what
individual.
have to happen. We
It
have
will be Asians. We will have to
have a Chinatown. That's the only way it works.
every person will have to commit to donating 15% of your reparations to our pot. And with this pot, we're gonna buy land, we're gonna start building hospitals, all that good stuff. With everybody put $15,000 of your reparations into this pot, every one of us. That's gonna be billions of dollars. And with that money, we get the smartest people involved, like the E-Mans. We're gonna get all our accountants, and y'all gonna make sure we don't go broke. E,
do your job.
Well, no,
Make sure we don't swindle our
well,
daggone money.
Well, I don't think the people should get it. That's kind of the conversation I said. So I watch like the Indians, for example. The Indians, they took all the reparation money, they invested in casinos, and then the casino give dividends to every descendant going forward, right? It's something that go ahead, Ebony.
The Native Americans are balling, okay? They got casinos, they have all this money. They get tens of 20s of thousands of dollars every single month. Whatever they decide to do with their money is on them. Whatever we decide to do with our money is on us. I don't need to prove to anybody what I'm going to do with my money because it is owed to me for a debt that is paid. They don't police what those natives do. They didn't police what the Holocaust victims did, and they didn't police what the Japanese did. So they're not going to be policing us. Enough of us are on code to make some real moves, and that's just what it's going to be. Are there going to be some people on the way fall by the wayside?
I want to have the conversation. Listen, we all agree.
Let me ask you this. Do we not have the advantage of having hindsight and all these cautionary tales in order to formulate a plan?
No. I get what you're saying. I listen. I know I could be the bad guy, and I want to make sure Miss Ebony know I agree. They need to run the check because she keep going back. We gotta get the check first. Absolutely, but I think we gotta start having these conversations of what's next. Because if we give a whole bunch of people who's not educated the money, they will get the money back in a short period of time. That's just how it
100%
works.
agree. That's gonna happen. What we gonna do with now?
So that's why I said, how about we have, because even if you look at like the companies that kind of made their like the four, so you see all these companies that have made it 10 generations down or 5 generations down, it had to be some kind of trust. It had to be something that continued to pay the next generation because we all gonna have an idiot. We're gonna have a crackhead son. We're gonna have a dope head auntie.
That's that 15,000 we all gonna put in the pot. We're gonna put it into a stock market, money markets. You gonna figure out where we put this money to keep growing forever, and we use just enough to build what we need to build.
And then so we see this right now in the state of Washington. They have a foreclosure fund, right? And so what they learned during COVID is they said, let's start this foreclosure. Every new house that's sold in the state of Washington, every new person had to pay a foreclosure fund, and they build this in like an interest-bearing account. So if anybody goes into foreclosure, quote unquote, you have a fund for the state to help pay your this to get you to bail you out for bad decisions. I'm just saying that that's kind of got, and we need to get somebody, give them the money. I'm not saying that we don't give them nothing, but I think dividend payments over a period of time, and I do think that it should be restricted in some type of way. Now, I know that people don't like it. People want to do what they want to do with the money.
Yeah, I hear you, but the net of it, it's a debt owed. I think that's the net of it. And then at that point, we can't police what people do. If I owe you $100 because you loan me $100, I can't tell you what to do once I hand you that $100 back. Say, make sure you go pay your phone bill with it, or
But that's what I'm saying. That's what I said. We want to talk about what happened with every other group. They didn't give it to the individual people. The Japanese didn't give it to the individual. The Holocaust was the individual. They gave it to an organization. Even the Native Americans, they didn't give it to individuals. They gave it to the entity of the.
Is unique, so it's going to be a unique set of circumstances.
Right. We have look, our stuff is not the same as other people. We have a direct grievance with this country, and there is a debt that needs to be paid. We can financially educate ourselves or whatever. A lot of people are on code, and nobody polices what anybody else does. So you're not going to start here with us. Everybody can and start thinking about what you want to do with your money. Start looking into the taxes and all that. We're going to do what we need to do in order to make this happen. And that's just
not
what it's going to
true.
be.
You keep saying that nobody else get policed, and I'm telling you, the Native Americans was policed by their tribe. Their tribe policed them. That's what I'm saying. Like, we got to have an organization that has some type of structure. We can't just let everybody do what they want to do.
So
even the Japanese.
I done said it about 3 times. We got to start organization. Every person that received reparations, you got to be a part of this, and you got to donate to it. And this is how we're going to build the grocery stores. When you go into Asian towns and stuff, this is how they built their stuff. Group economics. Everybody put in, and you ain't sitting there like, all right, if I put in 15,000, am I going to get the key to the grocery store? Am I going to be able to own the hospital? No, but you're going to be able to take pride and keep it clean and take personal ownership. All of us going to take ownership. It's our stuff. So it's a different way of thinking.
Right. And again, I actually know some natives, and they do whatever the hell they want to do with that check that they get every month. And their kids get money too. They're getting tens of thousands of dollars every single month just for being native.
Exactly, but it's coming from the tribe.
Okay,
the money went to the
well, ours is going to come from the FBA tribe, and then they're going to
exactly okay. So I think the money, the $25 trillion need to go to the FBA fund, not the individual. It's not going into the food stamp place, applying and giving your check. That's not how it works, right?
However it needs to be set up. Just run me my 250 and the 250 for my family members, and that's fine. We can have the FBA tribal whatever center or whatever. Whatever makes everybody feel better. The money is still going to be cut to us, and we can decide what we do with our money.
Cool. And then that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying the government run this tribe. I'm saying that we have to elect some elders, FBA elders, who's going to dictate this. Do you know something that nobody talks about with the Native Americans? They didn't distribute no money for the first 15 to 20 years. It was mostly invested in things. And then what I love about the Native American is they loan their own people. I have a friend that's Native American. He got a 1% loan for a house. Like, that's what I'm telling you. Like, if we really understand the infrastructure where we can give out our own loans, we can give out our own school grants, we can completely use the money to build FBA for the future. I just think it's a conversation worth having.
Run us our money. We can figure all that stuff out. I don't want loans and stuff, because you know what? When these companies were built off of our ancestors' back, they didn't get a loan. They got money and started these companies that's been running for hundreds of years. So give me my money and we'll figure the rest out.
No,
It's
I'm
not
not
a
saying the
loan. We
government
don't want
loan us.
schools. We don't want any of that. We can build our own houses and we can do our own thing. This
I'm
can
not
be
saying the
done and it will
government
be
loan
done.
us. Listen, hold on. I'm not saying the government loan us this.
Yeah.
I'm saying the FBA tribe start loaning the money back. Imagine if we was instead of me going to Wells Fargo, it was an FBA building I can go to and say, hey, let me get a 1% loan on this home or this property that I'm getting. Like I'm telling you, for us to be able to make this go 50, 100 years, we just have to have a strategy other than just pay us.
Now,
That's all I'm
I
saying.
I feel you. I don't see anything wrong. I like the logic. However, again, like you want this to go 50 years for you want everybody to win. That's right. That's what that sounds like. You want everybody to win. You want an organization so everybody wins. I don't see that. Folks are going to lose. Folks are going to swindle that money. It is what it is. I'm not. I like the thought process, but no. First, we got to get organized, and then ninjas got to trust other ninjas with their money. It ain't happening. It just ain't. That's gonna make. I think that makes things even more muddier. I like the logic, but it just sounds so far-fetched.
Well, the thing is, you keep bringing up the natives, and like I said, you can't even compare it just from the number standpoint. We 43 million deep. All right. I mean, the natives was what they pay 50,000 people. So it was easier to keep track of this stuff. It's not just like say, I get what you're saying, E. All right, we're gonna go around, start getting final thoughts. I'll let you get in, but I hear what you're saying.
Good stuff, E. Good stuff, man. I like that thought process. I like you thinking but man, I'm thinking ninjas, man. Like you making it too complex. It's too much already going on. We already got a hard time identifying who we are. Now we got to organize. That's the biggest if. Melanated folks organizing. If we could conquer that, then we good to go. If we could organize, we almost don't need reparations because we can organize. But yeah, fat chance.
Yeah, so it's easier to get 50,000 or so people on the same page than it is 43 million. But I hear you. What you got, E? Go ahead.
Yeah, this final thoughts, right? You said? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I just think that I just studied the white man system. I understand how they get over it. Like the biggest thing is these checks still had to be spent or managed in this white world. And I think that's kind of the conversation that I know is tough. I know it feel like that, people who have studied these things are trying to micromanage. It can come off as micromanaging funds. But I'm just saying for us to really make change in the FBA community, we have to find a way how we can go 10 to 15 generations deep. And I don't think as individuals we can do that. So great conversation.
That's true, E. Again, I can't miss and say you say anything wrong. You're right. However, like I said, we having a hard time getting it in our hands. Now we're talking about we got to start organization, get it from the government to our organization, and then we're gonna hold on to it for another 20 years, like you said, the Native Americans did to distribute it. That's delayed gratification. We cover this stuff at every show. It's a lot of things, a lot of X factors that I don't think we're gonna be able to do.
Who in charge of the funds? The Black church? All right, people are going to be skimming money. You can't just put that money and say, who in charge of it for these 20 years that we can trust?
We in bad shape. We just are as a community, and it just messed up. But I think we just start off the way I see it, just cut them checks. Whoever is not educated enough and they fall to the wayside, that's on them. But the educated people, there you go. Make it an option. The educated people, we can come together and we can put our bread in there. I'd like the idea, but you're not about to get Pookie Nug in the hood. Ain't gonna happen. Just ain't. It ain't. And there's a lot of them. Shout out to Project Leroy. Appreciate you. Says the Native Americans also scalped those who went against the collective and tried to sabotage the group. Either man, take 5 minutes and think this over. Shout out to E.
Yeah, I know you wanted to get another word in, but Project Leroy dropped the bomb.
Shout out to E, man. Shout out to our brother TJ through the Fire Podcast. How you doing, brother? Says salute, Mr. Walker, Mr. X, Ebony, Mr. Walker. I dig that shirt. Eat a man, please log off. Ooh, eat a man. Shout out to Uncle Tall. He says it's okay. The reparations office can replace the welfare office. Instead of handouts, we got to give these mofo payouts. Yes, sir. That welfare office gonna have armed guards everywhere.
Boom shakalaka.
Appreciate your brother TJ coming through. Says they keep saying there's no slaves today, so no reparation. I guess the Kennedy estate, the Rockefeller estate shouldn't get money owed to them because the primary person is longer alive. Make it make sense, brother TJ. Again, it's these instances that make me say or realize they are not trying to give us one dime. We got to acknowledge that they don't want to give us a penny. So if the fact if they just say, all right, here it comes, we're gonna give y'all all $250,000 willy-nilly, we can't be saying, whoa. You can't give it to us individually, give it to the organization. Good luck.
Well, shout out to Dave Chappelle. I don't know if y'all caught his latest special, but he kind of hit on it. Dave Chappelle said they ain't giving up. Dave Chappelle said they went to war with each other. These white boys fought with each other, brothers, families. People deleted one another in order to keep us in chains. And y'all think they about to just give? They ain't letting us go. They fought to the death for us. They ain't about to say, all right, go on.
Still to this day, between France and Chase Bank, Haiti still owes a debt for lost property. What are we talking about? Just cut the check and hand us the bread and we're gonna run with it.
See, and the difference with us is we never signed any plea deals or anything. We didn't make any deals with nobody. We didn't get the opportunity to do any of that. So that's all the more reason why they need to run us our money. And we'll figure it out when people get life insurance policies and checks and inheritances and stuff. People don't police what they do with the money. They just run them the money. This is our inheritance from our ancestors. This is our life insurance. It's the same thing. So nobody polices you when you get that. Run us our money. And you know what we're not going to do with the money is ship it over to Somalia like they did with the 9 billion and counting. We're going to stimulate this economy. We're going to put people to work to build the schools and build the homes and do all that. We will stimulate this economy with the money because we're not going nowhere. This is our land and we will stimulate the economy. So I could say one thing, what we're not going to do is send it overseas somewhere else. We're going to keep it right inland because this is our land here.
Big facts.
Yes.
Appreciate you, OG Retired Media. Thanks for joining us this evening. Says Emily Dean, I really appreciate your spirit and gravitas with the topic and behind the scenes efforts. Much respect to you. Amen.
Shout out to Richard.
Appreciate you, Uncle Tall. Says, let Black Lives Matter handle the money. We all good. See what I'm saying? Exactly. No, we not. Yeah, that money gonna shrink.
So here we go. We appreciate you coming up here tonight, Ebony. Oh, you're spirited. You might need to go have a glass of wine and calm down after Eat a Man came up here and trolled all of us. Good job, Eat. Come back, brother.
I knew he's gonna let me down if he didn't be a detractor a little bit. Shout out to Eat a Man.
He ain't trolling. That's his sentiment, but
yeah, and he was making sense. I understand. He said he's an accountant. He said, I have studied white man's system. Granted, and everything he said made sense. However, the probability of execution I see to be 0 on his great plan. Yeah, everybody get money distributed. We all good. Got a Negro trust, and everybody eats beef. Shout out to Paid in Full, but fat chance.
Yeah, just run us our money, reparations for all FBAs, and cut that check. We will be still at it in 2026 and however long it's going to take for us to get our money, but we're keeping our foot on their necks and they are going to have to come up off that paper. I love you all and thanks for having me up again and Happy New Year to everyone.
Yes, ma'am. Happy New Year's.
Happy New Year's, everything.
Appreciate your Omni Design Studios always coming through. Says Native Americans need to get paid first. Then my African brothers and sisters. Also, the Chinese and Mexicans were exploited. See, and I tell you what, perhaps, but this is a thing with us. melanated folks. We always worried about other folks. We need to worry about us. They good, man. Like for real. Like shout out to I think it was Ebony. But yeah, our journey was unique. We was over here in chains, man. Chains and being tortured, prisoners of war.
All that. So yeah, my take on it is I told y'all before, I try not to think about it. You know, it ain't something because at the end of the day, it is owed. And I'm from the streets. I can't even, if somebody owe me something, it's only one way to get it back. So that's just how I operate. So I can't even put too much into it because that's where my mind gonna go. You owe me something, and I only know one way to get something back that somebody owe me and they don't want to give back to me. So I don't know.
Yeah. Force of some degree, reading between the lines, it is what it is. It's my understanding that the conqueror only understands two things, not three, two. That's lead and bread. That's it. If you ain't got some lead for him or some money, he gonna say, "Get out my face."
That's it. So, nonetheless, this was another spirited conversation. This was like round 2. Last week we had a conversation about it. So this is sort of the hot topic on Truth Over Lies, getting our bread back. We're gonna spearhead it. Ain't nobody else on YouTube trying to get us free. All right. Shout out to Truth Over Lies. We the only one trying to give us free.
All our life, we had to fight to this day. To this day. It's coming. Shout out to our hoodie line with the Monopoly man holding up the 2 Mac 10s, Mac 11s. That's it. We always been on this times. It's gonna take some force, huh? Maybe we become more self-sufficient, and the force is efficient boycotting. Again, if y'all ain't familiar with the brother Killer Mike, check him out, man. Cool brother, definitely a rider for the cause. And he said it best. And he was mad as heck because we're gonna boycott. We're gonna boycott. If you are going to cause a strain to the system, you must be able to depend on yourself. You can't say, we boycotting y'all, but we keep running to Walmart. We boycotting y'all, but we stay at the corner store bodega. We got to be willing to sacrifice, sitting in our homes, growing our okras and tomatoes, eating rutabagas and stuff and potatoes, just hustling, grinding, sacrificing for a greater good. Shout out to Eda Man. That's what he's talking about. He wanted folks to sacrifice that lump sum of pay for a greater good. I love our folks. I wish the best for us. I just don't think, I know we ain't there. Like I said, if we were, we'd be much better off.
That part. So shout out to all the sponsors coming through tonight, especially in the Cash App. Shout out to Uncle Tall. Shout out to Sister Ebony Dean and Sister Michelle. Yeah! Boom, shakalaka! And shout out to everybody hitting the super chats. Uncle Tall as well. Show sponsors. Shout out to Hustlers Philosopher. Shout out to G Honda. Who else we got? Hustlers Philosopher. He came through. Richard Media, big sponsor. Omni Designs. Shout out to Odd Job, Square Biz, Project Leroy, Uncle Tall once again, Indigenous Stallion, my guy TJ RBN. Shout out to the whole Truth Over Lies family. Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
We appreciate y'all. Hope y'all enjoyed another installment of Truth Over Lies. We shall be back this upcoming Thursday. Yeah, what's that? New Year's Day. There we go.
Or maybe tomorrow night. We'll see. I know we told y'all.
Okay.
We may try to do a New Year's Eve show. So stay tuned. It ain't gonna be super long, but we'll probably come up here for a couple hours tomorrow night. So we'll see. Maybe later, around 9:30 or so. Stay tuned.
There we go. I likes that. Nevertheless, if you haven't already throughout the show, make sure you hit the like button. If you have not subscribed to all 3 of our channels, make sure you do so you don't miss a thing. And join the Patreon. Coming into the next year, we keep telling y'all things gonna heat up. Going to be more and more exclusive content. You definitely don't want to miss drama, trauma, all that wild stuff. Make sure you are subscribed to all channels. Join that Patreon, please, and a thank you.
That part. And Steven, probably not tomorrow. You missed your shot. We've been up here tonight.
Yeah, you in the chat talking mess. It's over. Take a nap, Steven. Appreciate your Omni Design Studios coming through this evening. Says this land was native land from the beginning. Distribute the funds appropriately and expeditiously. Amen.
Right.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
So here we go. Yeah, we plan on being here tomorrow. All right, we're getting into the new year. It's about to be 2026. And yeah, we're going to be up here cooking. We got some good news. Today's been a great day for Carpet for the Horse Nation. All right. We done took a couple L's, but we done took a couple victories. You got to lose to win. That's one thing I figure out, in my years in life. I've been realizing since I was a young man. So that's why I don't get flustered. You got to lose sometimes to win. That's just life.
You know what? I agree with that. I just don't view it as losses. I agree. Losses are lessons. It's only a loss if you don't learn from it and repeat that ish. That's a loss. No,
or not even the loss. I would say let up a touchdown. Imagine you're a defender and they come out and score on the first drive.
That hurt.
You're like, okay, but the game ain't over.
Mm-mm.
Most people, get demoralized and they, no momentum and they quit. No, time to fight now.
There you go. That's tough. Every team I played for, like it was a lot. It's two of them. High school and college, that was our Achilles heel. We were always so good that anytime we fell behind, everybody started looking around like, oh, what do we do here? But yeah, you got to be able sometimes to, come from behind. Pause. I know how y'all is. But you got to be able to do that. Come from a deficit, if you will. That go right.
That part. So like I said, we got some exciting news coming up. Maybe this Thursday. Yeah, maybe this Thursday show. All right, we do a little stump out. We'll see how it goes. But tomorrow, we got some exciting stuff tomorrow. We're going to cook.
There we go. Stomp out who? Stomp out what? Says what? What's that? What's the stomp out? You got to be present to find out who or what going to get stomped out.
That part. Until then, we will see y'all tomorrow night. Yeah, rest of the week. So it's seen tomorrow, Wednesday. Then we got Thursday, Single by Choices. Friday, we will be in the Patreon. Saturday, Regal Rumble. Sunday, back over SBC.
Woo, we in y'all face every day. You hear that, Uncle Tall? You can't get rid of us, Ninja. It's always going to be a cart before the horse, Ninja.
So until then, I'm Gavin X.
I am Mr. Walker.
And we are Cart Before the Horse Productions.
A good evening.
We're trying to get you old now. Viral online.
Truthful lies, say it loud, say it clear. Left the streets where you need you here. Quarters of vision, fit your focus, kiss. Break generational suffering. Truthful lies, say it loud, say it clear. Left the streets where you need you here. Quarters of vision, future focus, kings. Break generational suffering.
We don't profit off death. We don't clap for destruction. We here to build men.
Not Berry Boys.
Not Berry Boys.